Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/boom stream. You're on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Hello, Toasty Tech 67, Direct the Boss. I saw Jermacian here before the stream even started, and Rom, and Dank Dog, with the Poggers. Poggers indeed. Poggers back to you. How's your Poggers doing? Are your Poggers okay? You've just blinged my ears so hard I realized that I forgot to lower the volume that comes through in my headphones there. Thank you very much. Welcome to the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to be depressed? Because I'm depressed. Just sort of biochemically, just sort of feeling it. You know, it's gotten cold. Oh, God, it's so damn cold. I got the furnace on. It's October 4th, 2020, day 972 of the COVID pandemic. It's cold out. Gray skies overhead, Michigan, Detroit weather, and I got my furnace on for the third day, I suppose. Ran it once a couple of days ago, with the windows open to clear out the cobwebs and things that gather up in the system over the course of, what did we get this year? So my furnace went off in May. So that would be May, June, July, August, September. That's 6 months of not winter that we managed to get out of this year. And now it's just cold and gray and dark and dismal and bleak. And everyone's dying. So you ready to have some fun? Ready? Bro, I'm already there. Not for the fun. Did you hear about Trump getting Rona? I did. It was a bright note in my day. I had that brief hesitation. Should like a Zen Buddhist feel glee at learning the news that an individual somewhere has the potential in the next 2 weeks to drown in their own lungs? And I came down on the side of, I think it's appropriate at this point in history to be having posted on the Discord server. We will shortly have the best evidence of our generation toward whether there is or is not a God, based on what happens in the next week and a half. And if he's still kicking, 14, well, I guess more like 12 days from now, then I don't have to go to a church ever again. And if we're all mourning the loss of, then I guess I need to say a few novenas. How about the Lions, Pawns as Dirt Racer? Well, as an avid football fan, I can tell you I know nothing about football. I know how to turn it on, and I know how to turn it off. No, I don't. I don't follow the sports ball. Little Magnets with the sub on a 5-month streak. Thank you very much. How am I doing? I'm doing, I'm depressed. I just feel depressed, I can tell. Just that sort of bio. It's just kind of everything. I spent the day actually looking up stats and figures. I've stayed away from just media generally, for all of the reasons since the age of sentience. But, I looked into, what are the actual figures that the World Health Organization is posting about this here Rona. And, doing pretty good in the States, down to just a little bit under 1,000 people dying every single day. So, vast improvements, really got it under control now. Looked into, what are the other nations, how's things doing around the world, saw that significantly less than 1,000 people dying a day in most nations, with the exceptions of Mexico and Brazil, U.S., Mexico, and Brazil in competition for who can have the highest death rates 6 months into this thing. And U.S., vastly ahead. when you get down to it. But Brazil making a really solid effort to pull into the lead. Red, and interesting thing, just as a side note, Mexico. What the fuck is going on in Mexico? You look at the figures for Mexico, and they've got like a 10% death rate for Rona, and I don't think that that's accurate. But I couldn't find an article talking about why it is that way. I suppose it's just assumed, and it makes sense that it's just like under testing, under reporting, that they record the deaths, but they're not catching the people dying from it, so they're not like. But it's like, there's 70,000 dead and 700,000 tests, so that's 10%. That's huge. Also noted that Mexico, what is it? The state of Mexico. Yeah, state of Mexico, which is actually a state within Mexico, It's great. It's very confusing. But state of Mexico at like a 12% death rate with their, between the testing and how many people have died. Fucking insane, the numbers. Dang Doug, USA, we're number one. Yeah. But Brazil, interested in reading the Wikipedia article about COVID-19 in Brazil, because it appears that Brazil is the most mirror image of America on the planet today. Their leader, what's his name? Antichrist? Yeah, because we've got Satan, so they had to go for Antichrist. Can't remember his name off the top of my head, but their president appears to, at this point in history, I'm not sure whether or not, like, Trump is copying off of his playbook or he's copying off of Trump's playbook, but basically their handling has been exactly the same, and their policies, generally speaking. In April, I believe it was, the Minister of Health for Mexico was let go by the president for advocating social distancing. Couldn't quite get on board with the president's policy of, it's just a cold. It's just another flu. Don't worry about it. Get back to work. Everybody keep the economy running. Couldn't quite make that mesh with the Minister of Health, who was advising, maybe stay indoors and at least 6 feet away from people, like the rest of the fucking world was advocating at that time. Didn't sit right with the Mexican president, so Mexican president ousted that guy, brought in a guy who would get on board with the policy of we're going to get this economy kickstarted and back up and running. This was in April. You remember April? Yeah. Like, there was Nazis riding dinosaurs, shooting lasers from their mouths. It was bad in April. This was in April. So, hired himself appointed a new Minister of Health who was, specifically appointed because he'd be on board. And a month later, that Minister of Health resigned because, he couldn't, lie to the Brazilian people and tell them, no, it's fine. You can go back to work. He also advocated social distancing and and was trying to get the president of Brazil to stop talking about fucking Plaquenil, which he, another play, but it's wow. Another country is doing exactly the same. How did they get a dictator and a despot at the same time as us? Oh, wow. Doing exactly the same thing with hydroxyplaquenil or whatever the fuck it's called. Saying this is going to be the cure for all of us. Well, the people who make Plaquenil were saying, yeah, no, it's actually, that's dangerous. You shouldn't be advocating people. The science isn't in yet, and it's not actually looking like it's going to be a magic cure. So if you could just shut the fuck up about it. But yeah, just incredible, the parallel between Trump and I don't remember his name. Bolsonaro. Thank you, Rune and Tilly. Jesus, people follow things in the real world, don't they? Devil has many names and faces. Just make it funny. Are you going to the farthest planet in Kerbal tonight? I don't know what we're gonna do. I'm depressed. I had to start a live stream. It's been like 3-4 days since I had one. We got to do one. Australia and New Zealand are almost able to open up to each other. It's a lot easier with no land borders, says Naram. Jesus Christ. It's incredible how, bad things are and how, and then that's the other thing Bolsonaro's got, with Trump there, is the, the claim at this point where each of the nations is basically seeing around 1,000 people dying a day that, we handled this very well. It was a beautiful, it was a perfect pandemic. We had a perfect it was a beautiful pandemic. We handled it. His name is Jair, Jair. Not, I've never seen that one. I've just never, Javier, sure. But here, can't wait to hear you try to pronounce that. Yeah, I don't know. He also got COVID just like Trump and Boris Johnson, indeed. And before he got COVID was talking about how, if he got it, it probably wouldn't even be a thing. He probably wouldn't even notice it because he's background in sports and he's an athlete and that kind of a thing. So, just downplaying it at every turn. And what do you know? In the nations that downplayed it at every turn, we're 6 months in, and other nations are like down to, a couple dozen deaths a day, and we're each still at 1,000. Gee. But, we've got our president going on into fucking presidential debates just before he, catches and presumably spreads COVID to other people at the debates. Talking about how well he handled it, and it's been great for everybody. Meanwhile, yesterday, 867 people died, in a day, 24 hours, 867 people, 210,000 American citizens dead in 6 months. I think we did pretty good. We're handling, it's already, and it's also spoken of in the past tense as though it's over. We did great. What are you talking about? Like from the beginning, they were trying to put it behind them. 6 months later, 1,000 people dead a day. It's still behind them. Gee, I wonder how we got here. Funny how much those three are alike. Who else? Boris Johnson? Really? North Korea's infected keeps going from 1 to 0, 1 to 0 because they just kill the sick. But at least they were already a dictatorship. Yeah, it's, half 6 of one, half dozen of the other. That's what I'd do when a medical person tells me to do something. Fire them and hire someone who shares my not medical opinion. Christ. Yeah. We, and that's just so, like, it's exactly, Trump's playbook as well. There's lawyers in the fucking federal government who are telling me the things that I'm doing are illegal, and they're prosecuting my campaign staff for crimes including conspiracy against the people of the United States of America. Indictments and convictions and things, while I'm trying to maintain this idea that, no, I'm not influenced by Russia at all. So what I'll do is I'll just fire the guy who runs that office and then hire somebody who will force the federal government to literally try and drop prosecutions where they already have convictions and the court is just in the process of sentencing. And now we're going to try and drop that prosecution to the point where the court is going to have to look the federal government's lawyers in the face and say, no, you cannot drop the court. It's over. I'm sentencing them. You can't, just because you've got a new boss, a new crony running no, I'm sorry. That's not how the law works. Federal government, highest lawyers in the land. Sorry, is what the courts have had to say. But it's okay because Trump and his people are fixing that by loading up the courts with people who won't, question people wanting to drop cases at sentencing. The federal government dropping cases at sentencing. Is it a third? A third of the lower courts have been repopulated by the Trump administration, by their handpicked selection over the course of the past 4 years. It's going great. I don't know why I'm feeling depressed. One thing is good about this. We will appreciate the good decades with leaders as Obama and, yes, even Bush. It's crazy, isn't it? War criminal Bush. And I'm just like, war criminal man who oversaw the death of the concept of American privacy, who instituted illegal surveillance programs that violated the constitutional rights of literally every single one of the citizens whose his job as the president was to protect, uphold, and enforce the rights of that citizenry. And that guy looking like Gandhi right now. Jesus, could we go back to the Bush era, please? That's just where we are now. Hilo Stoops, hey, Pawn, just for reference, it's pronounced Jair Bolsonaro. Jair Bolsonaro. Is this? I'm pretty sure I saw this guy in Naruto. Does he have like the sand powers or something? What? I have the unfortunate blessing of having both him and Trump be presidents of countries in which I have citizenship. Oh, good. I'm just wondering, at what point, I don't know, maybe Germany, because they've done this recently. At what point Germany is going to just have like open, immigration policy, like not immigration so much as we had to flee our land, not from political or religious persecution, but just because it's on fire, and the people running it they're telling us it's not, and they're not sending fire trucks to it. I wonder when, the civilized nations of the world are just going to be like, yeah, come one, come all. We took the statue on your East Coast and moved it in front of ours. Bring us your downtrodden, your... Jesus Christ. Great Russia. How do you like Twitch's new font? Twitch has got a new font. The scary part is I remember like 10 years ago, people predicting this wave of populist political candidates gaining traction worldwide. Didn't Trump call the courts Obama's courts? Oh, yeah. I mean, everything's, and the other day, like there's footage, I'm sure they were running it on Fox News, in order to pat themselves on the back of how many, as Trump was celebrating his overthrow of American justice by fixing the court system with people who support his views. By the way, an unpopulist set of views. 59% of the American people respond to the question, which of the two parties do you more identify with, by saying the Democrats. We have a president and a Senate in power that represents 41% of the people at best, and that's presuming that 59 is the other half of 100 and doesn't include people who said neither, which is probably not the case. So I'm guessing less than 40% of the American public, will publicly state or will say in a questionnaire that I think the Republicans more represent me, and yet, thanks to the Electoral College and redistricting and things like that, here we are with a what the Republican Party is calling a mandate from the people to do whatever the fuck they want, regardless of how many people have to die. Apparently. Spot on pronunciation for the first name. His last name has an L instead of an I, but are we really going to dignify him with proper pronunciation? Yeah, Antichrist, right? It's every single president since Adams was divisive and messed up. They're human. Very rarely is there actually a terrible human being who manages to reach that position. And here we are. And here we are. And just like if anything, we can't thank Trump for anything really, but there is something to be said for the fact that, for what we now know about our institutions of federal government, state government, of all of it, that it is so weak and so flimsy and so held together with duct tape, bubble gum, and fucking toothpicks. It's a MacGyvered together government, apparently, because if one person comes in, and one party gets control of the Senate, in particular, along with the presidency, then basically everything for the next 4 years, apparently until now, has relied on the assumption that those elected representatives actually had any dignity or interest in representing the public's interests at all. Apparently that's how we've been operating, because in, the past 4 years, we've seen everything torn down, like the fucking post office is being shut down in order to prevent voters from having access to democracy. Well, the Federal Communications Commission lie in a state of overthrow as Comcast and AT&T, the two monopolies that, aren't monopolies because the two of them exist, which they really already are, merge under the FCC's guidance. Well, the federal, the federal government's attorneys, I'm trying to remember these names and acronyms and things, have been overthrown by cronyism to the point where they're now trying to drop prosecutions that the last guy who just got fired, brought in against conspirators for crimes including conspiracy against the people of the United States of America. What else have we seen just falls apart? Apparently the justice system, not just with the attorneys, but with the judges as well, appointments and things like that. We're seeing that representatives who, openly stated, now that we have power, we just want you to know if a Supreme Court opening comes up, and the primaries have already started as we're sitting in right now, we will absolutely not, have a lame duck president select the next Supreme Court justice. We as a party will not select the next until the American people's will has been voiced in that election, and then doing the exact opposite, just turning about face and saying, oh, fuck it. Yeah, that's what we said before, but now we've got the power and the opportunity, so we're going to do it anyway. And people will still vote for them. What else in our government has been fundamentally undermined? How many times has this president's actions and decrees been actually dragged into and before the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court told him, no, you can't do that. We had a wall that was a big thing apparently with racists who elected this motherfucker that Mexico was going to pay for, and they've laid 5 miles of wall, and Mexico surprisingly hasn't paid for any of it. What else has fallen apart? When he first came in, his first action was what's been dubbed the Muslim ban. Not a racist, though, where he, American citizens of Muslim descent who were abroad couldn't return home from, visiting family in other nations for 2 weeks before the Supreme Court came in and said, yeah, that's illegal. You can't do that. What else have we seen? We've seen the pardoning of Joe Arpaio, a man convicted by the federal courts of operating a racist police state for 2-3 decades on the southern border of the United States of America. So, all of the, Hispanic descent American citizens living in that region that was overseen by Joe Arpaio for 20, 30 years were being objectively and as decided by the court system and prosecuted, absolutely happened, were being oppressed and deprived of their constitutional rights by that entity of law for all that time. Finally, 20, 30 years of oppression later, there was going to be the minorest of comeuppance when, Joe had to serve a jail sentence for which wouldn't have paid back, 30 years of oppression. And then the president stepped in to use his first pardon to say that racist Sheriff Joe, convicted of, it's hard to get convicted of racism in America. We don't have actually any laws against racism. You can be a racist. You cannot apply the law in a racist way. Joe managed to find a way in America where you're allowed to be a racist, to be convicted of being a racist because of the position of power that he had held and how many people's constitutional rights he had overthrown. And president stepped in to make sure that justice was not served there, and the 3 decades of oppression suffered by American citizens who happen to be of Hispanic descent on the southern border, which is shocking that you would see so many Hispanic American citizens on the southern border, considering that, this is their land, that they were here first for thousands of years. So no comeuppance, no justice for them, 30 years, and then he gets a retirement package. He's out, no jail time for any of that. What else have we seen crumble in 4 years of administration here that has fundamentally undermined even the vague sort of help me get to sleep at night notions that we have in the back of our heads, but if we thought about them aren't true, about what works and what doesn't work in America? What else has fallen in 4 years? What we have to thank Trump for, and this administration and this era of, the Republican Senate too. This is the Republican Party's fault as much as anybody. They have backed this motherfucker. They have carried his will and whim. Before this motherfucker came into office in 2012, I believe it was, they had a sort of overnight sudden redistricting across all of the states that they controlled, a coordinated effort in order to make sure that each area that they could make it so in. They made it so that the people who vote for them get 1.3 votes per person, and the people who don't tend to vote for them get 0.7 votes per person. This is a party that has been dedicated toward depriving the citizenry of fair and equal democracy, across my entire lifetime. But what we have Trump and that party to thank is that we now know that it's all a sham, that it's all held together based on a goodwill system. We hope that when you get the power that you want, you will, act with decency and decorum. Apparently, we didn't have rules or laws in place that would prevent people from tearing down everything that's been built in this country over the course of the past, 5,000 years, in terms of government and structure and civilization in just a few months. Apparently, that's not how the system is built. It can't withstand this. And now we know. So, time to burn it all down and build again, because it's so fundamentally flawed, apparently, that there's no salvaging it. Dink Dog Cheering 5, I'd like to think I started this rant. You are welcome. Play devil's advocate here. What about Joe Biden has said about black people being alpha predators? I haven't heard that. But honestly, I don't give a fuck about Joe Biden. The Democrats are just a weak-willed, spineless cardboard cutout. I at this point in history, I question whether or not they actually are a party representing, I question whether or not the Republicans and the Democrats are in cahoots and the Democrats are the foil. The Republicans are just fucking out for blood, vicious. We'll do it any way that we can. We'll cheat, we'll lie, we'll steal, we'll deprive you of your vote. We'll close down the fucking post office in a year where we're all going to vote by mail. We'll do any fucking thing that we can. We'll lie to you that we wouldn't put a Supreme Court justice in, and then we will as soon as we have the opportunity to. And then I'm thinking the Democrats may just be their foil to make it seem as though there's a good guy in this fight, because they're completely ineffectual. They represent nothing. They don't pull us toward the left. They just pull us toward, right of center, just slightly right of center, whereas the Republicans are fucking, fascists at this point. It is apparently the state that they're representing. So I give a fuck about Joe Biden. I give a fuck about the Democrats. And honestly, I have a little bit more respect for the Republicans because, at least they signed the contract with Satan in blood. They're committed and dedicated to what they're going to do, and now they're going to do it by any and all means possible, no matter who has to suffer and die because of it. It's like they know what they're going for, and they're on board for, their eternity in the sea of fire. The Democrats are neither a party of, cleanliness. They're neither the white knight that they could be, in terms of saying, we're not going to play your game, we're not going to do that, we're going to uphold something and stand for something righteous and good and correct and not get our hands dirty. They're also not a party that's willing to get their hands dirty enough to fight the dirty guys. So it's like they won't commit to fighting the war, and they also won't commit to abstaining from the war. So they just get involved every now and then to, I don't know, have a skirmish, make it look like that. That's why I think they might be a foil at this point in American history. I see both governments and both parties as basically just means of corporate overthrow, means of the rich to, completely dominate and take government back. It basically put us back into fiefdoms and kings and queens, kind of state. I see it as an entryway for corporations to take over. And perhaps this is all just an attempt to do that slowly enough and by such, palatable means as the American people won't see it happening as it's happening. Have you seen Rules for Rulers by CGP Grey? Asked Ding Dog. I have not. No, I have not seen that video. Is it a good one? Trump is doing the end of democracy any percent run. Hilo Stoops. I'm just bouncing around through chat because I've been talking so much. I'm just going to look and see what people are saying. Hatch Act. Who even cares anymore? Use of government property for political events. Republican National Convention. White House extravaganza. Not following Senate precedents on Barrett's nomination, etc., etc. Ad infinitum, ad nauseum. Thing is, the whole dumpster fire of a situation is not really sustainable, says Rune Antilles. Is it? What comes next? Good old wave of revolutions when people just don't give a shit anymore? I feel like that Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times. Times are interesting indeed. Yeah. Yeah, what comes next? Because, like, I don't trust the Democratic Party to, like, have control and fix things in a way. Like, I think that they will, obviously it will be better. It will be better. 1,000%. But, you know, just about anything would be 1,000% better at this point. But in terms of the vast overarching reform that this nation would need at a fundamental level, we're talking about reams and reams of legislation that needs to, you know, move through the Senate in order to patch the holes and reimagine the structure of the American government after the events of the past 4 years, so that one man can't come in, fire the head of the FBI who's investigating him for potentially colluding with, you know, foreign government, who we find out later is, you know, we find out just now is so in debt in terms of billions of dollars to who we don't know, potentially Russia and other foreign nations and things like that. And I don't mean potentially Russia in the, you know, it could be Russia. I mean, there is evidence to suggest that his primary debt holders are Russian. You know, like, we need systems, apparently, to, you know, shore all of this up, to patch all of these holes, to make sure one person can't get in and shut down the entire federal government and all of its processes and undermine everything in a way that will take decades to recover from. And do you think that the Democratic Party will do that? Do you think there's a spine in the Democratic Party to do that? Do you think that the Democrats are able to gain enough control over the Senate to pull it back that way? And if they are, you know, is that really like a fair and just, like, representative democracy in the first place, that the best we can come up with is wait for the American people to, through just the massive marketing and bullshit efforts? It's not about politics and policy. It's about who's got the whiter smile and they can sell, you know, these representatives to you. Is this really the structure that we want, where it's like one party gets into office of the two viable parties in this country, all two of them, one viable party gets into office, pulls everything in a direction that is only representative to their interests, and then the other party takes control of the Senate and the presidents and pulls it back in the other direction? We'll just keep doing that back and forth? Is that what representative democracy is going to be? You know, we're not going to represent the 59% that say, you know, I'm more of a liberal than a conservative, and we're not going to represent the 30 whatever percent it probably is that say I'm more represented as a conservative and on the Republican side. We're not going to represent both of those interests at any time. We're just going to be constantly pulling in one direction and then the other. You know, ripping things down that we just built 4 years ago. You know, just basically burning the American taxpayers' dollars. Just this is the best we can do. Yeah. Well, as Carlin said, garbage in, garbage out. You know, the problem really isn't the representation. The problem is the fucking people. Dink Dog cheering 5. Rulers for rulers. The democracy part, like, second half. All of what Trump is doing lines up perfectly with that video of how to maintain power. Maybe you could watch it on stream or something. Pony cheering 10. Pawn, have you heard at all about the UK government breaking an international agreement they signed last year? No, I haven't. You know, trying to put out this fire? No, I'm kidding. I'm interested, but I haven't heard a thing about it. I think Americans have a different definition of left than the rest of the world. I see no leftists on either side of Congress. Neither do I. Just shades of right, from center right to extreme right. Yeah. And that's what the Democratic Party represents now. And there's a few of them that are slightly to the left of center, and most of them are slightly to the right of center. And yeah. So what we have is a tug of war where the middle is basically deeply in the right, and, you know, actual left-leaning, actual socialist views are completely not represented in our government whatsoever. and the two parties have a stranglehold that cannot be broken. It's incredible. It is kind of frightening that a random dude on the internet just delivered a 15-minute monologue that felt more informative to me than basically 4 years of German news and newspapers. Well, hang on, that's a cue. Where is this one? Stay tuned for more updates as we cover the fall of America. More news at 11, another 1,000 dead tomorrow. We'll see you then. In Spain, we put the liberal parties on the right side of the political spectrum, for example. What? I think you know better than me, though we do have a party here that is called Party of the Animals, says Dendy. I voted for, get this, here's the background information about me, like you might hate. When Obama was running, I did not vote for Obama the first time that he was running. Diggity 89 with the two gift subs. Thank you so much, Diggity 89, and a guy called by Jim. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, and Mediocre Gamer. Oh, I like how you spelled that. Welcome to the Big Dick Club as well. Soon to be renamed the Revolutionary Overthrow, the party of Ted Kaczynski. What is it? Reform is insufficient, revolution is required party. Soon to be renamed from the Big Dick Club to that. What was I saying? Oh, Obama. I did not vote for Obama in his first election. And the reason I did not vote for Obama when he was running for the first time, Cold Eagle with a sub as well. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. I didn't vote for him because my big interest rate then, because it was the nation's big interest rate then, was healthcare reform. And I wanted to see healthcare reform, actual healthcare reform. Obama was, platforming on we need, change in general and talking about change and reform for healthcare. And if that's enough for you, if just the surface level, hey, he's for healthcare reform is enough, then you vote for him. Me, I looked and said, okay, what do you mean by healthcare reform? Because it could mean a lot of different things. And he said, change. He said nothing. His website had no plan, no outlay of what he meant by healthcare reform on the campaign trail. He never said a fucking word about what he meant by healthcare reform. And I said to myself, a man who's not willing to talk about what he intends to do at this, what I felt to be the topic of that election, was the American people were so fucking sick of the state of healthcare in this country that we finally had like the political capital that someone could come in and do something. And he was coming in with, yeah, we're going to reform healthcare. And I said, okay, so what? And he said, I'm not going to tell you. And I said, well, then I'm not going to vote for you. And so what I did was I went out of my way to find a socialist party that exists in the United States of America, barely exists. Nobody knows the name. I don't remember the name of them. And I tried to vote for them. They were running a presidential candidate, a woman, I believe of Hispanic background, American citizen. I can't, I go to say that, and then I stop myself, and then I say it, because it's like, I can't believe I have to fucking say this, that, American citizen, because there are fucking people in this country who hear of Hispanic background, and they're like, oh, is she a citizen? There are people who see, Obama run, apparently our current president, and say, is he an American citizen? So I have to fucking say these things. But so I was voting for her, in the Obama election. I went into my my local, where you cast the vote, and it's not done like that. But here in Michigan, and I filled out my whole ballot, got to the final, who do you vote for president, and looked at it and went, okay, where do I do the write-in here? Because I want to write in, I had memorized this woman's name because no one's ever heard of her, unless you're interested in the Socialist Party in America. You can go look up who was running and what their platform was, because I supported the party's views and I supported the individual. They were talking about Guantanamo needs to be shut down. We need to end the fucking war in Iraq, get down on our knees and fucking apologize for what we've done in Iraq and Afghanistan. The privacy of the American people. We need the obviously, they were talking about universal social health care. They weren't talking about reform in non-specific ways. They were saying a single payer government negotiated healthcare system where everybody is covered all the time. Yes, yes, yes. Ding, ding, ding. Check, check, check. No way that I'm voting. Between that and what Obama was doing, which was just this generic change, reform text, I knew who I was going to vote for, memorized her name, went in to put it into the write-in on the presidential ballot, and couldn't find the space. I'm just unfamiliar with the ballot. So I go over to a worker, a volunteer at the election there, and I say, where do I write in my candidate for the president? And he says, oh, you can't. I'm sorry? You can't write in for the president. It's got to be on the ballot. You're fucking kidding me. No. Says it's just state of Michigan law. Yeah. It has to be on the ballot. You can't vote for. Yeah, you just have to pick from who we let you vote. So I actually took about 2 minutes, stood against the walls. I processed the fact that I lived in a country that, during its democratic processes, didn't actually care to hear what I thought and didn't allow for the possibility of, smaller parties like the Socialist Party to, gain support, grow, see that people are voting for them, get people to invest money into their campaigns, that sort of thing. Because, from grassroots up, you start a party, you get some votes, you lose some elections, and then, eventually you can show like people who might give you money that, hey, we've got a chance here. Look, we've got this many votes, but we didn't have the funding. If we had the funding, that's how you build a party in a, laissez-faire capitalist hellhole like America. So, like, what I found out was that as a citizen of the state of Michigan in the United States of America, I'm not allowed to vote for the president whom I want, but must choose from whom they have seen fit to put onto the ballot, which is a process that is basically down to money. It's technically it's like signatures and that sort of a thing, but to get the signatures and to apply the forms and get on, basically it comes down to you have to pay to be on the ballot. So yeah, I took 2 minutes and stood against a wall, and I asked the election dude if it was okay if I just stood here and thought about how I was going to deal with that. He said, yeah, that's fine, sure. And so I stood over there for 2 minutes, and then in the middle of this voting precinct, as people around me are voting, I walked to the middle of the room and in a loud voice held my ballot out in front of me, like so, and said, I am not going to vote, as it appears that this state and this nation does not give a fuck what I think. And I held it as so, it wasn't exactly that. I said something more elegant. I had 2 minutes to think about it. But I stood there, and as I stood there like that, two volunteer, workers at the election ran over and grabbed my arms from either side. I swear to God, this actually happened. They grabbed my arms from either side because they saw that I was about to destroy my ballot in protest of an unfair election. Which, by the way, I have the legal right to do, and both of those volunteers could be sentenced for assaulting me while I was trying to protest. But anyway, thankfully they were both 912 years old, because that's what volunteer election people are. So they held my arms, and I kind of looked like, guys, your triceps are they're touching the ground. Okay, you're kind of, I'm young. And I tore it up, threw it on the ground, and walked out. That was my my Obama election cycle. That was, and that was the last time that I sort of like willfully and with intent interacted with democracy. I did end up voting in the re-election campaign for Obama, but it wasn't because I wanted to. It was because of other reasons, which we could get into. But, just so you know about me, I'm the kind of guy who, if a political candidate is running around saying, we need change and reform the healthcare system, my next question is, okay, And how do you plan to do that? And if you have no answer, you don't get my fucking vote. I won't be voting for Biden. Sorry. Again, as Carlin said, this bullshit about if you don't vote, then you have no right to complain. No. If I stay home on the day that all you motherfuckers go out and play this little game and you appoint a leader and then that leader fucks everything up, I, who was at home and in no way contributed to fucking everything up, have every right to complain. And you, who went into the ballot box and selected the man and put them into power, you have no right to complain because you're the fucking problem. Because you voted for the assholes who fucked everything up. Me, I was at home masturbating. Well, you were doing it in public in a voting booth. But so I haven't interacted with the bullshit election system since then. Although I absolutely would if either party were to, well, not either party, if a party that, was public. I'm not going to dig for them anymore. I'd love to. I've done that before. It didn't work out so much. Turns out the laws that have been built by the two parties are against the concept of there being other parties. Who would have thought that the people who were in control would sort of, make it so that they would have no competition? It's capitalism, monopoly. It works so good. So my policy is I vote, and so I haven't, but I vote when there's someone to vote for. So if we would have had Bernie in the election before this one or in this one, then you would have seen me at the polls, or you would have seen me making sure that I had a mail-in ballot. If there were someone locally who was running who had made noise, who had gotten into my system. If there was something going on, if there were someone or something that was like, oh, I need to support that, then I would be voting. But there isn't. There just isn't. I'm not voting for Joe because I don't give a fuck. He's an odorless, colorless centrist just like Hillary was. He's obviously better than Trump, but I have no reason to get up out of my chair and participate in your sham of democracy to vote for Joe. I'm not going to vote for someone who I don't actually want in office. And I don't care whether Joe Biden is in office. So by that metric, I don't want him in office. I don't want him in office. So I'm not going to help put him in office by voting for him. Obviously not going to vote for fucking Satan for another 4 years of destroying the nation. But yeah, I have standards. And if the parties don't put forward candidates who I find worth voting for, I don't vote for them. And see, what that is me, as an individual citizen, holding the party accountable to present a viable candidate. And if they don't, I say, well, then you don't get my vote this year. And if you don't do that, then what you end up with is what we have. And that's why we are where we are, is because the two-party system has, maintained this concept of, I know that, the guy that we're voting for this year is not the greatest, but we got to beat that asshole over there. I know that we as a party didn't present you with candidates that you actually want to see representing your interests at a federal level or a state level, indeed. But, we got to beat the other guys. And both parties just do that, and then we don't have actual conversations about actual issues that face the actual American citizenry. We have debates where it's just people shouting back and forth, you should get drug tested, or you high. We don't get people talking about, we've got AT&T and Comcast as a monopoly over the American people that's costing them, every single American citizen, $50, $60 a month more than they should be paying. And that's huge. That's like, how many lives are altered and affected by $60 a month not being there because you've got a monopoly that has a hold over something that you need, internet, phone service, connectivity with the, it's not an option at this point. I mean, it is, but it's a matter of national commerce at this point, the existence of the internet, but we have these two monopolies in power. And where am I seeing someone say, we're going to break these things up? If Joe Biden is out there shouting it, I haven't heard about it. we still have a fucked up healthcare system. Obamacare, the thing that I hate, and I'll never forgive Obama for this, even though it was justified, it was the best he could do, fair enough kind of thing, I'll still never forgive him. Obamacare was that little on the valve of the pressure that had built in the American public to actually reform the healthcare system. Obamacare was just enough that people could go, all right, well, I guess we did something, and walk away, and we still don't have, proper reform of the healthcare system. So, like, Obama's reform of the healthcare system means that for the next probably 120 years, but it's so much less likely now that we will ever see actual healthcare reform in our lifetimes in the United States of America, because it was that little, and now the pressure that was at critical is back down to where they can maintain it, where they can hold it. Everybody's pissed off, but there's other things to be pissed off about. We lost the opportunity to actually fix something by fixing it in a way that was half-hearted. And yeah, I just, this thing says, this thing from the Democratic Party, okay, this is a flyer. Make sure I'm covering my address. Not that you can't go find it if you're crafty, but, this flyer from the Democrats tells me to go out and vote. It tells me that I should vote the full ticket. I should just, hit the box that says vote for all the Democrats on the ticket, and then it tells me the names of the 2 Supreme Court justices for the state of Michigan that the Democratic Party would like me to vote for. On this flyer, it says nothing anywhere about why I should vote for them. But I do have 3 pictures of people who have been groomed by professionals, showing me their teeth. And that's basically what the Democratic Party is. That's basically what that's basically what politics is in America. It's image. It's not substance. Bring me substance or you don't get my vote. I'm not going to vote for, your Crest tooth whitening strip face on its face. I'm not voting like that. I know most of the people are, apparently. I'm not. So bring me something worth voting for, or else you don't get my vote. My standard, strange concept of I'm not going to put someone in power whom I don't want there. It's crazy, I know. Instead of playing the chess game of, no, we have to, vote for this asshole because this asshole is slightly better than that asshole. I'm not, playing with the trap of 2-party politics the way that most of America does. And I'm not falling for the, if you don't vote, then you're the problem bullshit. We don't actually have a platform or representatives who can speak eloquently and lead people. So instead, what we're going to do is try and make you feel guilty about voting responsibly and withholding your vote until or unless someone is presented who's worth voting for, by just guilt tripping you into playing along with the system that is directly against your interest. Holy fuck, is he still monologuing? Of course I am. Very intelligently argued position, not voting. The only trouble is you leave the stuff in the hands of people with less intelligent arguments. I myself have the third option, vote for whomever isn't winning by a lot in a vain attempt to fragment the parliament into lacking the capability to pass any laws. My country runs much better without an effective political government. I like that, Rune Antilles. And I found, oddly, because I lived in Canada for like a month after I left the monastery, and Canada seems to have like a special kind of a pride for its parliament and for its government, in that like there's a pride around the fact that this government does not function at all on paper. And yet things seem to work out. There's like a national pride in that this system is stupid. It doesn't work. It's ridiculous. You read how this is supposed to go. That's not going to work at all. And yet, seems to work out pretty good. I mean, look to the south of us. That's the reason 59% who want Democrats aren't in control. Low voter turnout, which is still a party issue. They're not committed enough, but it still means people who don't vote have contributed to 30-odd% controlling America. It's the chicken or the hen argument, I guess is chicken or the egg argument, derp. Which came first, the disenfranchised, disaffected votership or the disenfranchised, disaffecting party? Who's responsible for this? Well, inspire me to vote and I'll vote, Otherwise, this fucking chess game that you play where I'm a pawn, and I'm the Ronin pawn, and I'm still not going to play with this shit, where I'm just a pawn to be manipulated into this constant, incessant warfare, intellectual warfare of you have to vote against the other guy. I know we don't really have anybody worth voting for, but you got to vote against the other guy. Don't worry, next time we'll get you a good candidate to vote for. Oh shit, we picked some other, kind of just middling fucking, billionaire, millionaire who's, I know you don't want to vote for him this time, but vote against the other guy this time. We'll get you another, next election. Oh shit, we did it again. Whoopsie. Yeah, I'm not, like, I at some point, someone just has to have standards, and I've decided where my standards are, and I think that they're pretty fucking reasonable. It's almost, what it is really is the capitalism of politics. If you want me to buy your product being a potential senator, president, representative, congressman, if you want me to buy your product, then you're going to have to make it so that I want it. And that's really all that you're not going to guilt trip me into buying Coca-Cola on television. You're also not going to guilt trip me into buying a federal representative on television. Sorry, you're going to have to actually give me something to work with here. I'm Spanish, not Canadian, says Renan Slade. I didn't think you were. I was just that made me think of Canada and its pride in that our system somehow works, despite the fact that it doesn't work. We've gone now for 2 years without approving a new budget, and here we are, no biggie, and the coalition in government presently is more fractured now than ever. It's like a dream in a way. Is it a toner Q9 or a fine T669 better? Asks Struck Mamba. I don't have experience with the toner Q9. And the Fifine T669, is the toner a USB microphone that plugs directly into the computer run by drivers? Probably, I guess, if you're asking. But yeah, I don't know. Just have to listen to both of them. And this Fifine, incidentally, just so that you know, I presume you saw the video, but this is what it sounds like when I'm not running my effects. So, kind of thin and... but with a proper EQ and compression and things like that, it sounds pretty damn good. And for the price, and this boom arm, like the whole package was really great at what was it, like $55 or something when I made that video. And I've heard since that it's up to like $70 or something. I'm gonna turn my effects back on. But I do mean to make a video about how to get this microphone sounding like this. But that would take effort, and I'm part of the American public, so I don't know what effort is. Let me open my Diet Pepsi and kick my feet up. Feels bad my question wasn't ever answered. Dr. Duskull, let me see if I can. Ronan Pawn, how do you feel about your bank? Just asking for a friend. My bank? Dr. Duskull? My bank is... I have little to say about it. It's a bank, but of what I do have to say about it, it's... do I say what my bank is? Is there any problem with me saying that I'm, PNC? I don't think so. Here's my problem with my bank and with pretty much all the banks is that, you have access to my money and everybody else's money, and you use that as leverage in order to make your own investments and make money on our money, essentially. So when it comes to providing financial services that go beyond just like being a pot into which my money comes and goes, like money orders, cashiers, checks, wire transfers, the actual, financial services that a bank would provide, those should be either free or really low cost. In other words, I should not be able to go to a liquor store down the street and get a cashier's check printed for less than my bank that has my money in it that gets the usage of my money. If I can buy it at a liquor store or the post office for less than I can get it from my bank, something's gone wrong here. And that is the state of affairs with all of the major U.S. banks, is actual financial services cost ridiculous amounts of money. I go in and get like a cashier's check from my bank. It's going to be $10, $15. Go to a liquor store. It's like $1 to $3. Go to the post office. It's $1 or $2 kind of a thing. That should not be the way that it is. And that's evidence of the fact that your, laissez-faire bourgeoisie free market capitalism system doesn't actually work the way that you'd like to sell us that it does. If I'm not mistaken, you can get a cashier's check for free with your account. I'd love to, but when I've gone in to get a cashier's check, they charge me $10. They charged me they wanted to charge me $10, so I went to the fucking post office. And the other thing is I don't actually use checks that often. But yeah, I tried to do a wire transfer the other day, and I'm still working that through. My bank wanted $45 to do a wire transfer over the phone. But hey, if I go in person, it'll be $30. And, a Federal Reserve wire transfer actually costs money for the bank, so they do have to pass along their costs. But again, like, it should be passing along your costs dead even, or maybe even giving me a discount because you've got my money and you get to make money on my money. Don't you? Don't you, though? But yeah, $30 for a Fed wire transfer in person. And, it's just what it is. It's just what's going on out there in terms of banking. Actually, it's crazy that you would ask me about this, Dr. Duskull, because I have been looking at fintech, financial technologies, and, coins and trading in, coin offerings and things like that, and trying to deal with my bank because I'm trying to make an investment and having a lot of fucking trouble getting my money from one place to another. And the thing that I've been, that I've mentioned occasionally, but that I have like even more information about now. So there's a company called Plaid. Plaid gets in between, it's an API. So if you're a software engineer, if you write code, if you make it apps and things like that, and you want to do something that, interacts with a bank, you want something that will allow you to just interact with all the banks, like a standardized, uniform thing that you can just put you can code it in to your program and it will submit a generic request to a generic gateway, and then whatever has to happen within the bank happens, and then it replies to you. That's what you want. And that system does not exist because of the fractured state of U.S. banking and the fact that, Chase and PNC, all the large banks across Huntington, all of the large banks across the United States of America, and probably worldwide, really, they're slow to move when technology updates. The massive demand of the internet and for internet transactions, they have not kept up with it. So what we have right now is a fractured state of, private banks that are in competition with each other, so they don't want to, standardize anything. They want to claim that their systems are better than the next guy's. They've all got their own way of doing it, and most of them don't even have a way of doing it, doing like communications with a third-party, authorized application or something like that. So what Plaid did as a solution to this, this company Plaid, the worst concept that you could possibly come up with is they came up with a system where you log in to your bank. Well, you don't log in. What you do is you'll go to an application. You'll go to a website. You can find this on Venmo, if you installed a Venmo app on your cell phone. If you go to Coinbase, right? That's the big transactor in, Ethereum and all the coins and stuff like that. If you go to Coinbase and you go to link your bank account, what it will do is it will present you with a third party, like it's an embedded thing that says enter your login and password for your bank, and it puts up the logo of your bank there, and it makes it seem, and in fact there's a number of class action lawsuits that have been filed against Plaid, but it makes it seem like you're doing that thing that PayPal does, where it's like in order to pay somebody, a pop-up comes up, it's at paypal.com, you type in your username and information, you're logging in with your account to PayPal, well, carrying the information about the transaction along with it, but you're talking directly to PayPal. You're logging in at PayPal. Plaid's system is actually you just giving them the username and password to your personal bank account. Giving your username and password for your personal bank account to a third party. That's what's going on here. And then they log in to your bank account's website using your username and password, act as though they're you, and make the transactions happen. And it's an automated system. It's not exactly, the same as having like you clicking around on the website, but it is kind of, on the technical level, it's them sending the correct HTTP post and send codes and things that you would be clicking on when you're submitting forms and that sort of a thing. So basically, Plaid made an interface where, because none of the banks have a standardized gateway for these kinds of transactions, they made a system where it knows how each bank's website works and then just uses your login information to log into your bank and then act like it's you and do the thing that's requested by the application, which means that Plaid has, stores, and maintains your username and password for your personal bank account in a two-way encryptable, decryptable database, which means that every hacker on the planet right now is dedicating some amount of time to figuring out if they can penetrate Plaid systems, because if they can, and they can get a hold of that password file, it's not a password file like every other, legitimate and credible institution holds, which is they don't store your password, they store a hash that is based on what comes out of the math when you throw your password and username and a salt and some other information into an algorithm. Then there's just like a random string of numbers at the end, and all they care about is if, when you give them your password and throw that in, it gets out the same hash. So they don't have your password. They don't know your password. Your password can't be reverse engineered or decrypted in their system. It's just a hash. And that's how, it's supposed to be done, especially in financial technologies. But what Plaid has come up with is a system where they house and store this incredibly sensitive information where if it gets leaked or if an employee decides to look into the files and use it, they can drain your bank account because you gave them your username and password. And if a hacker gets in, then they can do that as well. They can fucking apply for a loan in your name. They could close accounts, open accounts, set up a home equity line of credit using Plaid system. And that is just the massive security hole that Plaid presents in the way that it works, and while not disclosing that that's how it works in a way that is obvious and transparent to the person who's interacting with the system. But also, their privacy policy basically says you don't get any privacy. So they take all of the information, the detailed financial record information from your personal bank account to see what you buy, where you shop, how you do everything, and they download it and store that locally as well. So hackers don't even need your password. If they just want that information, they're going to have a local copy of that. I mean, I'm assuming when it comes to that for Plaid, I'm assuming they have a local copy. Why am I assuming they have a local copy? Because they use that data. They sell that data. So, they want the information, and if you change your password at your bank account, they can't get in anymore, then they're going to want to have a copy of the data from the last time that they were allowed to get into your account, because they make money selling your financial information to third parties. So, just interested that you brought up banking of all things, because it's been a curiosity for me. I think Plaid is going to be a Black Tuesday affair. I think somebody is going to hack in. Somebody's going to. I mean, here's a potential circumstance. Like, if computer security, if somebody were able to manage to do a man-in-the-middle attack between Plaid and, say, Chase Bank. Someone were able to put themselves into the, HTTPS, into the secure, if they could wedge themselves in between Plaid and Chase, Plaid is sending your username and password unsecured, unencrypted across web interface to just the way that you do when you log in. It's no less secure than if you do it, when you log in. So it's as secure as anything else. 256, sometimes 512-bit encryption via military-grade standards that HTTPS is. But if someone could figure out how to do a man-in-the-middle attack there, then they could just sit there and collect the username and passwords without having to crack into Plaid's databases or servers. They could just sit there and have all of the usernames and passwords flow right through them and just log all of them for any one bank that they were able to do that with. And imagine like Chase, PNC, these are big banks. They should be pretty well secured by, companies that get paid a lot of money in order to secure their online presences. Plaid also supports your local credit union. Your local credit union that barely has a functioning website that allows you to like check on your deposits and shit like that. They also support smaller institutions like that aren't as secured. So if I'm a hacker, I try and set up a man in the middle between Plaid and one of these smaller, institutions, one of these credit unions or something like that. And then I just collect usernames and passwords for free by monitoring the information stream. HTTPS makes it encrypted. It's not plain text. You're right about the man in the middle, though, Pawn. Yeah. I mean, that would be the concept of the man in the middle attack would be you'd have to break through the encryption of the, SSH standards for HTTPS. But if you were in there, then it's there. It's plain text. It's not like Plaid. What I mean to say is that Plaid doesn't encrypt it before it's sent because they're just logging into your account. So it isn't encrypted on their end and then encrypted by SSH and then lands. No. They're just logging into the website the way that you have to type your password in. So there's no exchange of tokens. There's no encryption on the front end and the back end. There's just relying on SSH and HTTPS protocols. And then, of course, there are these multiple databases that Plaid has to maintain in a system that is intentionally an open API as well. It's an API anyway that you can just sign up for Plaid and start writing your app for really conveniently and stuff. So you could actually get the passwords and usernames and then use Plaid's system, write your own app that uses Plaid's API in order to use Plaid's gateway connections to the banks, which would obscure who you are and like it would take away the fingerprinting of your app, of your IP and what your computer is, and instead be logging in through Plaid's system, using their system in order to do the transactions that they just stole the usernames and passwords from. It would make it not untraceable, but it would make it so that it would defeat the bank's fingerprinting systems. Because, everybody knows when they log into their bank, if they log in from a new device and the bank's like, hang on, I've never seen this device logging in before. I'm going to send you an email or, I'm going to send a text message to your phone, or there's going to be some extra layer of security there. If you have used Plaid to log into your bank account before, then that means Plaid systems already have the authorization to log into your bank account. So if I get your username and password and then write my own app into which I feed the username and password, using Plaid, then that means that I can tell Plaid to drain your bank account and I'll never get that secondary security prompt because Plaid systems have already been authorized to access your account. By the way, 3 days ago, I became a billionaire. Don't look into it. I've thought about this. The lack of security in the way that Plaid, this vast financial tech company that Visa just purchased, is so bad that I can see it creating like some kind of Black Tuesday affair where like global stock markets crash and shit because Plaid's database of personal bank accounts gets leaked and suddenly, millions of bank accounts get drained and money's going left and right, being funneled through accounts and then they have to cover that cost. And what would happen then would be that Plaid would, declare bankruptcy. They just get out of business. They'd be like, and they just shut down their doors. And then it would be on the banks, which are federally insured, to refund you. And the banks, looking at this massive amount of money that's just been lost, would probably say, well, we had no specific agreement with Plaid. You gave them your username and password. So that is you giving them access to your account. We did nothing wrong. We made a transfer based on someone whom you authorized to do business. And if somebody hacked Plaid systems, then you take it up with Plaid. And so the bank would say, it's not our fault. We don't have to do it. The government would probably be on their sides because the government would have to back and insure the banks. And that would be like way more money than the government wants to spend. And now what have you got? Well, you've just got millions of people's bank accounts drained, retirement funds, tuition, life savings, just paying the fucking rent, just all gone. And nobody will take responsibility for it because nobody wants to be, left holding the bill. Well, Plaid just, pulls the fucking corporate parachute and declares bankruptcy. And I'm saying, this is a setup for a fucking economic collapse. Pawn obviously planning to rob some banks. Indeed. It'll happen one day, says Who Can't Loan. Hit me up for Ronan Pawn's left, sorry. Has he genuinely only been talking about random monologue shit for well over an hour? Indeed, I have. Well, not well over, hour and 15. I said I was depressed, I put it, we were going to do Kerbal Space Program today, but I just kind of needed you guys to cheer me up. You got me talking about all this fucking, government and banks and shit like that. And I'm like, all right, I'm up. I'm awake. Roking Death said, imagine there was actually something like a functioning government to shut this kind of crap down, but who on earth would be interested in that when there's money to be made? Yeah. I mean, it's a brilliantly bad idea. It is a brilliantly worst idea I've ever heard. The banks refuse to standardize or agree to, some kind of an API that they could all use and make it easy for applications to interact with their systems. So we'll just write basically a web crawler that logs into people's bank accounts that then we can program on the fly, like how this website needs the interaction in order to do whatever, transaction is requested by the app. It's brilliant, but the problem is it turns the website into a gateway, and gateways are more secured than websites. And of course, you also have to store in plain text. I mean, I'm calling it plain text because if it's two-way encrypted, if you encrypt something, that means it can be decrypted. And once they get that file, it's just a matter of time before you get the decryption on whatever their encryption method is. That's why you don't store passwords at all. You store hashes. You store the shadow of the password, not the password itself. Because it's not even just that with Plaid. If they got the bank, the passwords and they use them to drain the bank accounts, sure, that could be difficult though. There could be a lot of, stopgap measures that make that hard with the secondary security of banks and asking you, what was your auntie's favorite quilt's name in the month of August on the street you grew up in, pet? With the weird security questions they ask, those could defeat a lot of that. But if they do get the password and username list in a decryptable format, then there will be millions of people whose username and password are now out there. And the number of people who use the same password at multiple websites is most of them. I believe it to be a majority, which means now they've got your bank account, but they've also got your Gmail account potentially. Maybe they got some of your credit card accounts. They're just the things that can happen once you've got, even without an email address, just a username and a password. Well, are they that username at gmail.com? Oh, they are. Did they use the same password? Oh, they did. It's not that fucking hard. So yeah, the bomb that Plaid is, and Visa's paying $5 billion for. It would be, what it is really is an unintentional atom bomb that could take down, global capitalism overnight if used the right way. And I think some people need to get on that. Hackers who actually have political agendas to try and make the world a better place, get on that before the hackers who just want to steal a bunch of money get to it first. Get in there, hack the fuck out of Plaid, get those usernames and passwords, and crash this whole fucking economy so that we can build something that works. I mean, nothing's working right now, right? Might as well shut it all down and start from scratch. The most direct breach would just be finding a way to inject into the memory of whatever is running it and read the request that it's posting before the encryption step, which seems entirely doable to me if you can find a code execution spot. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking about was when you have those passwords and things, they would mostly be defeated by secondary security systems, two-factor authentication, cell phone, here's a text message, give us the code kind of deal. They would mostly be defeated. It just means that the hacker has to do a little bit more legwork. Because what they need is, like, if I can get into your email account, then I can probably get access to this and that and the other thing and change things around so that I can still get access. So if you've got the same password on your bank as your email account, boom, I'm in. But, I started thinking about that. Okay, then wouldn't it be better if you could get your own code running on their servers, because their servers already have authorization to do these kinds of transactions? And then I realized, wait, you don't need to get your own software onto their servers if you've got that password file. Because you can literally just write your own app that uses Plaid's API in order to use their gateway in order to drain the bank accounts, creating multiple layers of, untraceableness to you being the one who did it, It's brilliant. I love it. Never been able to catch streams, just watch YouTube videos. VODs were too long and not interactable, but I've got a baby now and no work, so I'm up early and watch these to keep me up. Hey, he reads the one message to continue the rant, says Naram. I'm a banana, said Nerd God. All right. Paul and get hacking, for fuck's sake. Take down capitalism. It's there. It's right there. I could do it, but, it's a lot of things to do. 100% KSP. I got to do that speed run. Crashing. It's on the list. Crashing capitalism. It's on the list. It's on the whiteboard. Will I get to it? He didn't read my message. God damn it. What didn't I read? How far back do I have to scroll, Dirt Racer? Paul, this all sounds like big pharma. And another thing about pharmaceuticals, I'll tell you. We're going to take a live stream break because we have been here for an hour and 20 minutes while I just ranted. I've been enjoying. Overthrow capitalism any percent. I think that's the Republican Party's new motto. But, we could get on there too. Well, they're not overthrowing capitalism. I mean, they are, is the thing. It's interesting because the term capitalism is not a bad idea. There's good things in capitalism going for it. But without regulation, then capitalism doesn't function. But capitalism knows that, look up fucking capitalism, read a fucking textbook about capitalism. Capitalism acknowledges that in a monopoly, capitalism fails to function, which means that capitalism acknowledges that capitalism requires regulation. But what you have in the world are a whole bunch of rich bitches, the people who were born with a fucking silver spoon in their mouths, the people whose families have been running the world since it was kings and queens and fiats and dukes and counts and viscounts telling the servant class to do what they'll do, and we're going to have a war over here, go over there and fight them. It's the same fucking motherfuckers who have always been running the world, and their descendants who vastly benefit from monopolization that capitalism acknowledges doesn't work. So they've sort of rebranded capitalism into laissez-faire bourgeoisie free market capitalism, which is unregulated capitalism, but it is unregulated capitalism. Capitalism itself is not entirely a bad idea. It acknowledges that it doesn't function unless it is regulated, unless it is overseen, unless a government, of the people's will steps in and breaks things up and makes sure that nobody gets a monopoly and protects the interests of others. My version of socialism has a lot of capitalist strains through it. Or you could say my version of capitalism has a lot of socialist strains through it. The goal here would be not to identify with a concept that stands behind a single word, but to imagine, envision, create, and support a financial system that actually functions, regardless of what its label is. And so that means that what I want is for there to be a competition of interests where you have strong representation for the peoples of every nation who have authority over their own region and land enough to tell corporations, this is how you're going to do business here, or you're not going to do business at all. And then those governments represent the people's interests to make sure that nobody's building a nuclear power plant in your backyard because it's cheaper to do there, to make sure that nobody's employing your children instead of sending them to school, to make sure that, nobody's starving in your nation when we live in a world where we throw out enough food every year to feed everyone on the planet several times over. The things that are best for profit and for the capitalist market and for an individual trying to make the most that they possibly can for themselves without caring for anything are they are at odds with the interests of people, the people who live in a nation. And so in order to make those two interests work, what you have is the people have enough power to sit at the same table as the motherfuckers who want to rule the world and tell them, not today, motherfucker. Tell them you can do this, you can't do that. But what we have and what people, especially within on the right, the conservative parties and the Republicans in particular, is the idea that capitalism is laissez-faire capitalism, that capitalism is free market capitalism, no regulation capitalism. The version that doesn't function and that only works for the rich, that's the version of capitalism that they say is capitalism, but it's not. Pi didn't like your rants, Ronan Pawn. It's okay. The problem is that corporations pay our politicians. I think that we have to accept that the parties are basically glorified lobbies. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I tried to come up with a concept for how this could be solved in the least possible number of chess moves. And this is the best that I've been able to do. Tell me what you think of this. Okay. We get rid of the Senate. And there you go. If the United States of America abolished the Senate and expanded the House of Representatives, that's my idea. Because the idea would come down to the House of Representatives with, if you doubled the head count on the House of Representatives, then you would have smaller and smaller voting districts for each of these representatives. And that means that while corporate monies could still influence the election, you wouldn't need as much money to compete in an election. You wouldn't need as much cash to compete. So what we're looking for here is not so much state representatives at a federal level, but county representatives at a federal level. We get rid of the Senate. The Senate is just the House of Lords. It is the house by which the ruling class shoots down all of the legislation that the House of Representatives, pushes forward. And the House of Representatives is more, like that. It's more of a body of individuals representing large swaths of different states. So make more of those, which creates more competition. It means that you don't need big corporate dollars to fight for your position in office. And that allows for smaller parties to emerge. It allows for individuals to be elected without necessarily being deep in either the party or the corporation's pockets, because you can, scrape together $100,000 and run a successful campaign in a smaller district in this larger House of Representatives. There will be no cooling saucer of the United States of America where 150 white rich motherfuckers decide that all of the other work that's been done in the government in order to come up with legislation is just, no, we're not going to do that. No, actually. You're all going to have to work together. No one's going to have the veto power to shoot down all legislation. There will not be three wings of government, president and Senate and House of Representatives. There will be a House of Representatives. And I guess we can still have a presidency. But in terms of the simplest thing that I could come up with to try and fix this, it is literally just abolish the Senate, expand the House. Because the Senate is the place where your state's representative, needs hundreds of millions, tens of millions of dollars in order to run a campaign, in order to get their name and their face and everything out there to appeal to a state's worth of people and ask them for, support. And that means that they have to be in one of the two parties, because the two parties are the funnel through which all of the money comes, as well as they are their own source of power and, that kind of a thing. So you have to be beholden to the parties. You have to be beholden to the corporations that fund both you and the parties. So if the goal is to get representatives of the people to actually represent the people instead of representing the people sometimes, the corporation sometimes, and the party sometimes, because as Jesus said, you cannot, no man can serve two masters. He will hold to one and hate the other, or he will love one and despise the other. Since that doesn't work, if our goal is to actually get people who represent people, then make the districts smaller so that there's more competition. And, from there, when you have that system, I think you've got a chance for it all to sort of shake out on its own. In the least number of moves, that's how it could shake out. Because from there, then you would get people who represent people's interests, and they would reform the democratic system. They would reform campaign funding. They would, do these kinds of things because they'd no longer be tied to that campaign funding. They'd no longer be tied to that fucking two-party system. That's my give America a chance in one chess move proposal. And I think short of that, it's a lost cause. It's still just people who have money who run in very special groups running everything for us. At the very least, we should be able to opt ourselves out of gerrymandering. Now that they're popularly elected, it has made it to 30% of the population has as much say as the other 70%. The Republicans, I don't know what you're arguing about there, but yes, that seems to be true. It's intended to be a fail-safe, but doesn't seem to do much. The issue is that does the Senate not appear to do much because it acts as enough of a deterrent for corporations to pull any grand bullshit in the House? I don't think so. I mean, that's the thing, is that the place where the corporations pull their bullshit is in the Senate. Like, that's their representatives. Those representatives need the most money in order to get elected. And so they need friends, and they need friends in industry, and they need friends in corporate offices. And are, these are the people, the senators and stuff, who are fucking going off of federal government grounds on a daily basis on the regs to go place cold call phone calls to millionaires to try and get their support and funding, not even for their own campaigns, but for the campaigns of others who are within their party, for their party. They like, our representatives who I think most Americans believe once you elect them, they work for you and they're out there doing the thing for you, and they might be doing what they think is best and not what you think is best, but they work for you. They do not. They work for you part-time, and they work for the party full-time. And the party tells them that, you have to come over here and place phone calls to millionaires in order to cover a certain amount of money that we expect you to make. Even when you're not running, even when it's not one of your election cycles, you have to make the money. So the parties are taking your representatives out of their offices where they're supposedly representing your interests and drafting and looking over legislation and shit, to cold call millionaires to get money for the party so that the party can grow to do. The people you elect are working for the party at least, and usually more than half the time, and not working for you. They're working half of their day is for the party and half their day is for you. And in an 8-hour workday, that's not a lot. But really the reality is, most representatives work a 10 or 12 hour sort of a workday. And the reality is that 6 to 7 hours are for the party and 3 to 4 are for you. Or could be claimed to be for you anyway, that they're in their office and they could be doing something for you, even though they're just, playing Tetris on their cell phones or whatever. But that's the Senate. That's like, the problems here lie in the Senate. The House is, I'm not saying that it's, free of manipulation, of corporate money, of influence of parties controlling things. But because they are smaller positions, they are each individually of sort of less value to the corporation. And also those positions don't require as much money to compete and get a seat in the House of Representatives. So it's like, that's where we should put our hopes, is in the House, because we can make there be even more seats so that we can make it so that there's less competition for money. I just don't see either of these parties reforming, the democratic system, reforming campaign finance, doing things that all the other civilized nations have done and said, no, you can't spend $200 million on marketing to sell people lies in order to get them to vote for you. No, it's politics. It's not fucking bubblegum and soda pop. You can't advertise in that way. I don't see either of those parties passing legislation to reform that system. So what you do is just change how people are elected, make it so that it requires less money, and then we can get people in who are actually representational, and then they can reform the system. It's the best I could come up with, basically. Multi-district voting would undermine gerrymandering. Pawn, I swear to God, I'm high as shit and this is still boring. Where would Palpatine be if there is no Senate? Well, House of Representatives, and you'd have to be very careful. I mean, the Senate does a lot of, committees, and that's the thing, is the Senate has so much power that you don't think about, but there's so many like senatorial committees where it comes down to like, yeah, there's a whole Senate that represents 100 people. Yeah, but the committee that decides how the military, spends its budget and shit, it's 5 dudes, it's 6 dudes. Is that how we want our government run? Apparently so. Basically, you get to vote in your district and adjacent nearby ones, so you can't just carve out population, undermine their vote, since they get to vote across the district boundary as well. Districting is a very interesting topic because it's a good idea implemented for all of the wrong reasons. Like, I think the Democrats, generally speaking, have done it with the right idea in mind, and the Republicans, generally speaking, have done it specifically to consolidate power. I'm not saying that, both sides haven't pulled for power, but the Republicans have used it like that's all it's for. But the idea of districting in the first place, it makes sense, to represent different interests in different areas, or different interests that exist in the same area. Underrepresented minority populations within heavily populated environments, their voices would be completely drowned out by the voice of, the not minority population for that area. So representing their interests by giving them a district and giving them this is going to make sure that your voices are heard is reasonable. It's not so much reasonable when you carve swaths around things in order to make sure that, the big city that you've got all the people who, primarily vote liberal and democratic, that little area, that we draw a line tightly around there, and then we draw a little thin line out here out to the country, and then draw the entire rest of the fucking state in there, so that that one district will always have, more people whose interests are in agriculture and who are living in rural areas where they're not living right next to each other, where they don't have to worry about city infrastructures and, that kind of stuff. These are two completely separate interests. The idea of having a district for an inner city area separate from a suburban area, separate from an agricultural and rural area, fine. When you start drawing a line between those two in order to cancel out the votes of one so that you can get the other, that's what we have right now. So the idea of districting in and of itself isn't bad, but what we need are districts that cannot be rewritten by any political party. You need a system that is on the books that is mathematical or something. Because if it's a system if it's more people on more boards, then all you have to do is appoint the right people to the boards politically, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want again. And that's the problem that we've had in the Trump administration, is apparently every system is just it needs to be nonpartisan, so we'll make a panel. Okay. How do people get on that panel? Well, they're appointed by whoever's in charge. Okay, well, appoint these 5 people to that panel, and then you 5 guys vote the way that I tell you to. That's what we've got going on. So it's what we need is a fucking mathematical formula for how districts are created, formulated, and calculated, so that when they're redrawn based on, you can't fuck with it. It's math. It's hard fucking math or something. Run and Pawn, why you have no podcasts? Right here, we got one. Boom. I don't know how to podcast. I don't know the platforms or how to distribute and stuff like that. America needs absolute democracy instead of electoral college shit. Direct democracy? Each person gets 1 vote. President with most individual personal votes win. No stupid middlemen. And that's while I'm saying that I support the idea of districting in order to, represent different communities with different interests equally, for the President of the United States of America, I generally would support the idea of one person, 1 vote. Because, the President of the United States of America is supposed to be, I know it isn't, but it's supposed to be a nonpartisan position. The President of the United States of America, your what you're running for is the right to represent every single American citizen shore to shore. You're supposed to be looking out for the interests of the Democrats, the Republicans, for this group, that group, the other group, all the groups. They're all your people. They're all your wards. They're all your charges. You are responsible for the embetterment of their life. So the idea of having districts, again, you want those minority voices represented, but ideally this position is one where it should just be, one person gets one vote. Who do you want? And then districting makes more sense, I think, at least for, congressional representation. But I'm not hard and fast on that. It's like it would be an easy way to clean up the bullshit that we have with the presidential election system right now in the Electoral College, is to say, listen, the president is not one of these things. They're not supposed to be vying for the interests of a specific district or demographic or group. They're supposed to be covering everybody. So one man, one vote. I'm okay with the House of Representatives, but I also think there should be a mechanism for people to put a bill up for popular vote and give people the ability to bypass Congress and the president and just enact laws directly. That's, here's the thing. We shouldn't need that, should we? If we had a representative democracy, then why would the people need to bypass their representatives that are representing their will in order to get it in? But you're not wrong that we could use that right now. Just the fact that we need that, the fact that that would be a good idea, tells you everything you need to know about the American government. Marijuana would be legal. M4A would be approved. M4A? Is that bath salts? What do you mean M4A? Another single move might be short-term limits. Fast turnarounds means companies wouldn't invest in a single puppet, means politicians isn't a career anymore. Make them actual working class people actually representing their area. I don't think shortening the term limits would have that effect. It would just mean that they'd be more often. I think it would end up just being that you wouldn't get anything done because everybody would be constantly running. Be constantly running for office, which at this point in American history, as has been pointed out previously, might be for the best. So maybe it's a good idea, but I don't think it wouldn't have the. I don't think it would have the effect. I think corporations would just sink their money in. They'd be wise about how they did it. Maybe even get like politicians, backroom deals about, we're gonna support you for the next 4 elections so long as you do this kind of thing, and this is the money. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would work out that way in particular to me, but it's just to me. Direct popular ballots and the people will resolve campaign finance law. I just wish I had faith in the people of America, Garbage in, garbage out. You're voting your district and adjacent ones, so it's a whole hell of a lot harder to silence a voter. Plus, adjacency seems fair. Things that are that close to you will impact your community as well. Term limits means corporations would offer job positions since they couldn't be assured a long-term seat. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think we're thinking the same thing, is that it would be more of a, bought and purchased long-term. Yeah, it'd be like, well, we'll try and get you elected, and if we don't, then you'll go back to, like they did with Ajit Pai. He's an appointed officer of the Federal Communications Commission, not an officer, but, the leader of the Federal Communications Commission. But, what was he doing directly before he, was appointed to uphold, protect, and defend the public's interest over their communication systems across the nation? He was employed by, I believe it was Verizon, to fight against the organization that protects the people's interests over their communication system. His job was to help Verizon and the telecommunications companies subvert the rules, that the FCC find ways around them, that sort of a thing, manipulate. I believe he actually was an advisor in terms of at least a part of his role was in telling people who you needed to have the connection with, making the connections on their behalf in government in order to try and get at the FCC to make the rules that Verizon wanted. And then we took that guy and made him, somebody put him in charge of the FCC. Who was that? I don't know. Look it up. And then, they took a poll of the American people unofficial, not a vote or anything, but the FCC ran a poll, said, would you like us to deregulate the internet? Would you like us to make it so that, the people don't have any authority over the internet, and it's just, embedded into that laissez-faire capitalism, that free market capitalism system? Would you like that? And the American people said, no, don't do that. And they said, okay, thank you for your opinion. We just did that. I mean, it is literally Ajit Pai should be in prison. Like, this is, if a foreign government put an agent into office in order to, twist America's systems to benefit another nation, and we had evidence of that, they'd be in fucking prison. They'd be in Guantanamo, potentially, if they did it at this level. We have an agent of a corporation running the FCC objectively. There is no argument here. They took a poll. The American people said, do not deregulate the internet. And 2 weeks later, they deregulated the internet. There is no argument here. The FCC is in a state of overthrow under the control of an agent for, corporations, for telecommunication corporations, for Comcast, Verizon, AT&T, representing their interests, while refusing to do the will of the American people, as proven by the poll that they ran. It's a fact. This man should be in prison for this conspiracy against the people of the United States of America, for this act of treason against the people's government. But he's just in office. He's just there. Playing KSP or just chatting, fam? This is Rare Cheddar. I think we're going to possibly open Kerbal Space Program. But this has been very fun. I have enjoyed having this conversation so far. But we've been having it so long now that I need a live stream break. So we're going to step away for 7 minutes, and I'm going to play you some music. And you can go grab a snack or a drink, or do what I'm going to do and have yourself a pee. And meet me back here in 7 minutes for the continuation of how we got here and how to make the best Molotov cocktail mixture. Back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere, Paul. Not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Bond political dissertation on the failings of the function of the government of the United States of America. Wow! Am I allowed to put that many prepositions in a single statement? Welcome back, people. We were supposed to do Kerbal today, and perhaps we still shall, but it was absolutely monologuing on mostly governmental affairs. little, might have digressed into some banking issues, some financial tech issues that you might want to be aware of. Look out if you're installing apps on your phone or logging into what seem to be legitimate, franchises and things like Coinbase and Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae, it's a mortgage. They're a secondary mortgage insurer that is a government, backed, government created, I believe, but it's a private institution, but I believe the government made it. Fannie Mae, which makes it so that, they secure loans that has helped, mainly the function has been to help lower, income people nearer the poverty line be able to afford and buy housing. Fannie Mae uses Plaid, this system, fintech system that is storing usernames and passwords for tens of millions of human beings worldwide. It's not an American problem exclusively. Watch out for it, and if you have used Plaid before, change the password on your bank account right fucking now, because they won't have it, and that will break the linkage, because that's the only way that they have access to your bank account. Sadly, changing your password will not get back all of the financial information that they took from your bank account under their privacy policy and their non-existent privacy policy. It exists, it's just you don't get any, and will continue to sell to third-party peoples, because now they've got it, and you agreed, by trying to link your bank account over the fucking Venmo app or whatever, you agreed. Like my pants? As a professional live streamer, I'm mostly a pajama pant kind of guy. The camera cuts off right around here. If I'm wearing pants at all, you should be thankful. I still think you should join or create an Among Us group and stream create that stuff some. You just seem like a wild card talker that would do well and be funny. Among Us? I saw Nerd Cube's video playing Among Us. It doesn't really interest me. I see that, the game is built on entertaining people playing it, because it's another simple version of that game, isn't it? I would play with you, Pone. Hey, keep your hands off of my things. Okay, KSP Speedrun. We should probably do a little bit of that. I could sit here for another several hours talking about everything, but we should probably look at this speed run. So here's the deal, friends, lovers, true. I have done, we hit a sub goal, which I'm pointing at the place where the sub goals usually are. They're not there because I can't think of another one. And also this one's big, and it's like, I don't know when we're going to get her done. So setting up another one, I'm like, I think I just want to get through this one before we do it. But you guys gave me 130 subs, and that pushed us over the line to do a Kerbal Space Program speedrun in which we land on and plant a flag on every planetary body, every body in the Kerbal solar system that you can land and plant a flag on. And I've chosen to take that Land on All the Planets challenge and put it in the direction of the 100% category of Kerbal Space Program, which in the career mode, Mr. Shannon has the world record and has established a number of very good methods for doing this that break the game entirely. The science mode category is empty, and that's where I'm going to do it. Not because the science mode category is empty, but because science mode is going to be easier. Science mode does not rely on money. We'll have all of the maneuver node holds and retrograde, prograde, normals, anti-normals. We'll have all of that from the start. All of my Kerbals will be, top level. Won't have to think about money. Just got to think about science and landing the planets. That's my goal. That's where we're going to start. And if if I manage to do that, which I have to manage to do that because it was a sub-goal now, thanks. I desperately tried to get you there because I wanted to do this. It's just a lot of work. If I manage to do that, then we might just take my methods and apply them to career mode and see if we can't compete with Mr. Shannon for the world record there. So moons included? Damn, says Naram. Yes, everything is included. In fact, if we go over to science mode and view the rules, we'll see that the rules have been copy-pasted from career mode, and so don't entirely make sense. But have a Kerbal plant a flag on the surface of every celestial body with a solid surface and return them safely to Kerbin. So it's a landing and safe return while planting a flag on everything that you could possibly plant a flag on. We also complete the tech tree, and here's the part that doesn't make any sense, completely upgrade the Kerbal Space Center. Science mode, it's done. Everything's already upgraded, so this was a copy-paste. Time ends upon either Kerbal being recovered off the surface of Kerbin, final node being purchased in the tech tree, and the copy-based final upgrade of a building being purchased, whichever happens last. Run uses real-time, must use a science mode save file. So those be the rules, and that be the goal, and I have no idea where to start, really. I got some idea where to start here, and where we're going to start here is actually, we're going to start the game. In fact, here, let me show you. We're going to start up anew, and we're going to do, so this is 100% science routing. So science mode, we're going to need a flag for that. What haven't I used that appeals to me? Paper airplane sounds good. Paper airplane for a flag. We'll start this sucker up, and then what we're going to do immediately, because I know this is what I want to do, is I'm going to pause the game and then go watch the career mode world record. I've watched it already, but we need to study it. We need to take notes. We need to think about, like, critically, could we improve this? I'm wondering if my start for tech tree unlock category, in which I've got one world record on the books. The other one is I still need to upload the video. It's edited. I'm going to upload it to YouTube, and then I'll send it off to speedrun.com. So I've got one unofficial world record in the tech tree unlock category. I wonder if my start to the game isn't, isn't viable, isn't better than what's being used here. So we're going to find that out pretty quickly here. And what I'm thinking is, since, we'll just all be watching somebody else's video here, which is great. Auto, go up to 1080p 60, and also playback speed. Give us 2 times playback speed, please. Eve is a tough land and return. Yes, it is, and it's a tough one in this speed run that we're about to see. So he takes both of the contracts immediately, comes in here, builds the first little vessel, and he's giving it a surprising amount of, he's giving it all of the fuel, so he's going up and coming down? Is that the idea? He gave it all the fuel, he did a little thrust limiting. Drop the keyboard overlay, you're right. Let me just pause it so I don't miss anything while I'm clicking buttons here. He's grabbing up some science. This is the career mode run we're watching right now. So he has to worry about money as well, which is something that we won't have to. But input overlay, goodbye. Yeah. So what does he do here? He's going up. Okay, so he just thrust limited it so that it would go up, come back down. So he's just up the pad, down the pad. That was ship build number 1. He comes back. He's got 21.4 science. Well, he came back with some amount of science. 26.4 science. Bought into those first 3, and then took, escaped the atmosphere, and now I think he's just picking up money. So, escape the atmosphere and, I don't know, maybe test something. He's just trying to get money at this point, which is something that we won't have to worry about in our category. He stole money. He's now declaring bankruptcy, stole money, bought a building, declared bankruptcy. It's basically what Trump's tax reports say that he does. That's what this world record holder in KSP 100% is doing right now. Let's see what he does next and what time we've got so far. Can't really count the last minute or so of time because he was doing something that we won't have to, presumably. Getting himself 4 of each piece of science, along with just 2 goo containers, is what it looked like to me. Stop pawn. Oh, shit, he said it. What did I say? Something about Trump's tax returns? Something like that? So he's going up, and it looks like he's just going for escape the atmosphere and then a landing in water. And he's getting all the science that he can as he's going up, and now he's getting high over Kerbin science, getting the EVA report. That's why he upgraded the astronaut complex, was so he could get that EVA report outside. Now he's in space. He's going to collect all that science again. Is this 3 times symmetry? Maybe it's just 3 times symmetry. And then the EVA report as well. And now he comes back into atmosphere. He's going to set his altitude on this parachute for 650. I'm curious when he pops it with such a low altitude for it. Oh, he pops it immediately. Pops it as he's coming down, so that it slows him down from 13K, and then when it finally fully deploys, 650 drops him in the water, and then he recovers it. He doesn't get any science from the water. Interesting. So he's back down in about 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and making the next purchases here with the science that he just got. I saw that he unlocked all of the tech tree plus 2... So he got the first 2 tech tree nodes unlocked, plus 2 out of the third. One that'll give him bigger fuel tanks, and I think the Reliant engine. I don't know that he'll use that. And then I don't know what this other one is for. I don't know what this other one is for. We'll just see what kind of a ship he builds. Again, he's grinding for money here. So he's just taking contracts that give him a good advance. All right. Apparently nothing that he really wanted. Throwing that away. Using the same upper stage to build. Is this going to be an orbital craft, or is this going to go to Minmus or the moon or something? Because, like, at 6.5 minutes in, we need to be thinking about Minmus already, or, you know, and Minmus in particular, because Minmus is going to give him the science that he wants to be able to unlock the parts that are going to make the ship insane, that are going to make the ship that can break the game. So, yeah, I remember this. He's actually going to land... Is he going to land multiple planets with this thing? VAB upgrade. Oh, he wanted the part count? Okay, is he still on the tier 0 launch pad? I don't think so. I think that's the tier 1 as well. So we're just going to space here. He's not looking at any science. He's not caring about any science. He's just flying to orbit. 2 times speed. You know, this is a Kerbal Space Program speedrun, people. It's 3 hours long, so if we sat here and watched the whole thing, we'd be here for an hour and a half. Let's start skipping forward. So, gets the orbit. Where are you going, is what I want to know. Because you're not just orbiting with a craft that big, are you? Well, he's only got 578 meters per second of delta V showing right now. So why are we orbiting? Oh, he's got 2,400 meters per second in the next stage. Yeah. He's going to the moon or Minmus. Remember, the goal of this is to land on everything once and unlock, you know, all the monies, all the everythings. So it looks like he's going to the moon as opposed to Minmus, which is interesting for a first stop, but I suppose if you got to do it sooner or later, you know, you can get it out of the way, and if he doesn't need the science, you know, a good whack of science from Minmus to start, then might as well go to the moon anyway, land a single site. I wonder if he's going to try and land a place that gets, you know, multiple sites. He's grabbing all the science that he possibly can. Fighting and struggling a bit here for the fact that he doesn't have... one, he's flying with a pilot, not a scientist. We can fly with a scientist. He'll have all the same abilities as a pilot in science mode. And he also doesn't have the... he didn't action group this. He didn't action group it, and he didn't put on an experiment storage container that could suck it all in. So every time that he needs to do science, he has to right-click out and get it done. He's going for a direct landing here. 10, the Cheaty part offset. You like that? For massive stability, and probably the same amount of drag as any other version. Any other version of this build. So he's going for a direct landing. He just went straight to the moon, and he's going to hit it. What kind of speeds are we looking at right now? 800 meters per second. He starts firing the engine at full. I didn't get to see what height he was at, but I think it was like 12K or something around there. But he's just trying to land on the moon, and he's landed. It's in a crater, but it seems kind of like nondescript place to me. Damn, that was a hard landing, and it ain't looking. I mean, the moon sucks for landing on it, so fair enough. Yeah, right-clicking through all the science. What did he get? He must have gotten high over Kerbin with the other goo container. Planting the flag, nothing you can do to skip the flag, nothing you can do to speed it up even. And he's leaving this boy here. He has to bring that guy home sooner or later. But for now, he's going to do what I was doing in the other run, which is he's going to upgrade a facility so that he can do a surface sample. Yeah, he's going to try and get enough money to upgrade R&D. Because that's what we did in Tech Tree Unlock career mode, where we had to deal with money as well. So, presuming he just upgraded the R&D center, and he had already upgraded the astronaut complex, so now he can do a surface sample, which is going to help him with the science that he wants, so that he can break into those other categories. I remember watching the speedrun and going, damn, you're not very good at flying that Kerbal around, are you? He will have a lot of trouble getting the damn Kerbal on the damn ladder throughout this run, which is not a criticism. It's just, interesting for the game. Where the fuck are you going, buddy? At this point in the game, at this time, we haven't done any, weird time warping that I noticed, so he just left from the beginning of the game, and... Oh, he just burned back to Kerbin. Okay. He just did it without, having to check the map, because he knew what he needed to do. Fair enough. I was like, are you leaving? Oh, and we're dead. Are you leaving? Are you going, solar for more data or something like that? So, he overshot the time warp and slammed into the ground. So here, altitude down to 750 because he's coming in on land. He popped it at, I think, 5K there. And safe return. Okay, so he landed the moon and came back. What happened to his landing legs? The 2 button? And an offset. He came back with 631 science. And he's buying into all the places that we used to buy. That we usually buy. And he upgraded that place with some money. Upgraded the tracking center. It doesn't matter. We're not worried about money right now. So at this point, can he build the break the game ship? Because we're 18 minutes in now. Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's sending this to Minmus for more. Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm hoping. I'm sitting here watching this, and he's going to do the action grouping that we do, 14 minutes ago in this run. I'm thinking that my routing for TTUC and TTUS, the Tech Tree Unlock categories, is going to come in very handy here. If we go straight to Minmus to start, we know that we can return from that first Minmus launch and return with 3 sites worth of science. And, he's launching now for Minmus, and we would be returning from Minmus in a couple of minutes, I think. Or maybe right now. I think we might have returned from Minmus at about 19 minutes in my world record speed run. So that's a good way to start. I'm going to be in particular interested in how the hell to build the ship, obviously, that's going to break the game. Because he builds a ship that glitches the game in such a way as you have infinite fuel on your craft, and he also uses the robotics parts in order to... the robotics control part, the thing that you can do the animation for the robotics in order to create a massive spike in your ability to use thrust. So, your engine can't do that thrust, but you will be able to do that thrust because you've glitched the game by just making a bubble on the control points, the nodes of the animation queue kind of thing. So he's going to Minmus. I'm curious if he's just going to land one site or not. Let's just skip ahead here to Minmus, because we know what he's doing here. I'm curious, is this your first landing? It looks like this is his first landing when I scrub along there. So first landing is to... the Midlands. And he's going to get out, he's going to plant a flag, he's going to surface sample. EVA takes her sample, plant a flag. I'm just really curious if he's going to go to other sites. Or if one site... What did I tell you? About trying to get the damn Kerbal on the damn ladder to get back in the damn ship. Taking that out. He's still flying with Jeb, which means he can't actually reset the science that has one-time use like that. So I guess there's not a lot of good reason to do another landing site. And since he has run the moon landing mission alongside this, this should be enough science. I presume this is enough science to get him the build that he's looking for. So he leaves Mimis's SOI and then pulls down the... And then we're coming home. So 700 on the altitude this time instead of the 650 he did before. Pops parachute around 4K. And he's down safely, recovered the vessel. And he came back with... His computer isn't that quick either. Will have a benefit since this category is timed in real time. Because my PC is faster at the load time. 790.6 is what he's got total right now. And then he's buying up to heavier rocketry, buying into some landing legs, and buying into the ladders. Okay. So what he wants for this build, I believe, is the engine, one of these engines that you can change what meter it is. You can change, like, what size it is. So first you start with a Terrier, and then he's got an out. What is that? What kind of engine is that? It's that one. It's the mainsail? No, it's the other one. It's not. I didn't think it was the mainsail. The hell is it? If I weren't playing it at 2 times, it'd be easier. The skiff. So we got a Terrier, and he's got a skiff out. And he's putting a little bit of liquid fuel on there, on the bottom of that engine without any decoupler between them. And then he's putting the skiff on, and now he's set it to the size that actually fits on the bottom of a 2.5 meter. And let me just see that again. Because I don't know how this works or why it works. But he's changed it to the smaller size. It just takes the fairing off of it, or the platform off of it. Okay. I wonder if he does that just for visibility's sake, or what the hell makes this work? He's also putting on some, four drogues, I think for the sake of Duna and or Eve. And then he's putting on a whole bunch of the heaviest ones that he's got. So that grabbed, I think it was just an accidental grab. I'm just wondering if there's some kind of weirdness about this construction, like you have to build it a certain way, click here, then click there, and then you get it, but I don't know. Moving those out, he's embedding that deeply in there just to make sure that it doesn't hit the, that he's got good clearance on those landing legs. And now, antennas? No, ladder. Ladder, because he's meaning to take at least one of these. He's going to launch a number of this craft. I think 3 or 4 of them throughout the run. I believe it's 3. So he's going to need a ladder because when he lands one of these on Eve, he will not be able to get back into the craft. I think there's 1 or 2 other planets where the gravity is so high. Maybe just 1 other planet where the gravity is so high that you can't jump an RCS up to it. But actually on Eve, if you fall off the ladder while you're climbing out of the damn thing, then... then your Kerbal's probably going to pop when it hits the ground from all of the pressure of the atmosphere and the gravitational forces that are on it. So why does he need 2 of them for this to work? Okay, so he's making the nodes, and then he's setting throttle to independent and throttle to independent on both of the engines. And then he's setting up the editor. This guy on a recent version because you might be an issue there. This is on version 1.9. So there's 110 is what I'm running on. Have they fixed these issues? Do they ever fix any issues? I don't know. And he's going to be very specific about what he's just done there, but I don't know that it's entirely necessary. It's just going to give you, like, maximum friggin', you know, thrust levels. He's pulling those nodes all the way up. He's making another one. He's getting it off screen. And now he's trying to drag it up more and stuff like that. He's working it so that you can see as he drags back and forth that the throttle goes up to 26,000 or something like that on the thrust while he's doing this. And now he's brought it back down to 5,000. So he didn't want it that high. What are you looking for here? 1,500? 1,531? What is the specific number he's trying to get to with all of this? It's up to 31,000, and he's still trying to make it higher. No, he's done something that got it back down to 17,000. Now he's down into the 2,000 range. He was going for 2,000. 2,000 on the throttle, okay. So 2,000% is the throttle, and he's launching this craft. SW Dennis or Nexter did a video on the robotics bug thing, then people were whining that it stopped working. Well, I can download a 1.9 version of the game as needed. Not a problem. I've got this I own Kerbal Space Program on both Steam as well as KerbalSpaceProgram.com, so I can go to the KSP.com and pull down the older versions. And he is time warping to day 223, 24, 25, 26, 27. What are you looking for here, buddy? Day 230. And he's taken off. So, this is where we really get into the notes and stuff. Because we're leaving on day 230 for wherever he's going. Where do you think he's going? Just turn that damn thing off. I've got YouTube fucking red, or the subscription service. I don't want to see your goddamn ads. But it doesn't detect it when you're accessing from a different site. And yeah, he's just getting up to orbit here, and because he can generate massive amounts of thrust at his will for no cost of fuel, he just goes pretty much straight up and then burns completely laterally in order to make something orbital. He's watching the figures down here for AppWaps, periaps, to make sure that he's, you know, got his periaps up out to space or something. And now from here, he's not going to even bother getting the orbit, apparently. He's leaving for Duna from the outside of the planet. Okay. Where's my things? My numbers and stuff? Day 230. Duna. Outer burn. And he's arriving there. He's trying to get his arrivals correct as well, so we got to pay attention to, like, right now it says T-minus 133 days from now. That's important. He needs to be arriving within certain windows for all of this to work. So it's looking like 230 Duna outer burn, T-minus 133 days. 223? Did you see 223? I saw 133. Am I crazy? Like, he's on day 230. And he's burning his arrival 4. Oh, he missed it. He's going to go to his retrograde. Pull it back. Okay. And he's going to, yeah, he's actually going to go straight for, he's going to send this one off anyway. I wonder if he's going to actually fly this one and land it, or if he's going to switch over to another craft. We can see again if he just mouses over the periaps at any point. Or we can see when he arrives. So we'll get it. Oh, are you going to Ike? Is he going to Ike first? Going back to the Space Center. T-133... Wait a second. So if he's going to Ike, and he gave himself a flyby like that, I don't know. We'll find out. I'm going to say, actually, to Ike. To Ike. Fair enough. 2 bodies, 1 mission. Yeah, and I think it'll be more than that even. But since he's got to wait for it to get there, is he going to launch another one? Yeah, why do they put 2 in the same? They're both the same name, right? Right, Mr. Shannon? Jesus Christ, this fucking game. Can't even tell you when it's an auto-save version. So the next launch, is going to be... Are you doing 262? Oh, you know what's important about the last launch, too? Did he launch more, or like, during the day or at night? I mean, he burned from the outer burn, which means that he would have been launching at night, didn't he? That's what an outer burn is going to be. He's going to get up there and be on the sun's going to be on the inside. He's going to be on the outside. He's burning from there to get to Duna. So outer burn means launch at night. And then this is going to be an inner burn then, if he can see the sun right now. Is this going to be day 262? Looks like it. All right, so next one is going to be day 262. I'm writing in pencil. Actually, it's faster. And this is going to be an inner burn, I presume, but we'll wait. What are you doing? You don't have SAS? Well, I guess he's got all these level 0 pirates. He's got all these level 0 pirates, yar! In career mode, so it's going to have a little bit of struggle with that. This is Elu bound. Oh, wow. Day 62, Elu. And this is going to be an inner burn. Year 1, day 26. H4M41. Ooh. Jesus, is that the kind of information that I should be keeping? Maybe, Dramatian, you want to keep like a spreadsheet on this too, in case my information turns out to be less useful than I thought it was going to be? No, he's leaving from the outside. He just left at a weird time of day. He didn't have to, he could have waited tonight, I guess. Because it's an outer burn. Is it though? I mean, he's going out. To Elu, and he's on... side of the planet that makes sense, I guess. I don't know. Both mission left around hour 4 of each day. Okay. You definitely keep the detailed notes then. So he's burning this out to Elu, and apparently he knows how high it's going to have to be. Why is he just burning without... Oh, well, he's got a maneuver node, you silly sod. Yeah, he made the maneuver node first. I'm like, derp. And boom, hit Nilu. I need to know, I didn't pay attention to when he set that maneuver node up because I was thinking about inners and outers, so... like, what's his periapse? When's he gonna arrive is my question. That's what I need to know. And he's not mousing over the periapse. Because he's putting on way more delta V than he needs. If he mouses that periapse at any point, I'll get to see. Damn it. All right. Well, we'll have to just mark that later. We will find out later. And then he's back to the Ike-bound ship. Okay. So he's back to the Duna ship. And then he's burning to catch Ike. And he's just going to go straight into the son of a bitch. Because, you know, he's got infinite fuel and infinite thrust. Well, not infinite, but of 2,000 and some potential percentage for thrust here. He's coming down on this one. And at 30k, this is going to be down to feel. I don't know that I need to note how he lands it. You know, I'll get familiar with it as we go. But he's landing Ike on day 134. Writing this, it looks like I'm playing D&D over here. Land Ike D134. Roll the D134, which is basically just a sphere, and then chase it across the fucking house. Because it just keeps rolling. It's not that much more than a 100-sided die. I'm just being exaggerative. He pushes back up. And since he's in Duna's, sphere of influence, he's just burning retrograde to Ike. Or to get himself a landing on Duna, and then we'll land on Duna. And, these are the things that we can skip, unless there's some kind of strange complication, maybe we want to see the landings. Did he use a drogue? That would be interesting. I mean, it's Duna, so if you've got infinite thrust, then probably no. Those drogues are probably for Eve. And I recall actually from watching this previously, what those drogues are for is not even slowing him down. I mean, again, 2,000% thrust, but it's for stabilization of the craft, because weird things will happen when you're coming through that dense atmosphere, and in order to get his butt facing toward the ground, he needed that. Needs the drogues to hold him in position. I believe he pops 2 of them at a time in order to, have backups and stuff. So this is 4, because he's already landed Minmus, the Moon, and Ike. So he's done 4, at this point, 4 things. And now what are we going to do in terms of launching? Because he's landed Duna at day 364. Land Ike day 130. Land Duna day 364. Year 1, day 364. So then when I wrote down land Ike 134, did I mean 334? Because it couldn't have taken him that many days to get over here. So it must have been 334, and I'm an idiot. Or wait, no, Dramacine also said die roll 134. Was it day 134, or were you just doing what I was saying? Because that doesn't make any sense, right? Year 1, day 364. Year 0, T plus. What? Get the fucking thing out of there. Oh, he switches time over? Cranch launch time is 134, and then he switches the time to what it actually is, Kerbin time. So from the launch, it's day 134, and then when he switches the time over, when does he switch the time over? I never fuck around with that kind of a thing because, I don't tend to leave the fucking Kerbin SOI, honestly. Because this game is it's atrocious to actually go to other planets and things. getting these fucking launch windows and whatnot. But he gets out, and because this is a landing, 0 year, 0 day. I don't understand. So the time just changed to 0 year, 0 day. So mission of being landed to getting back aboard, it's 134. And is he going to click this now? What are the rules for the speed run? This speed run is, yeah, there it is. So he switches it over. It's now day 364. So I'm going to say plus 134 for the ship time. And then, yeah, T-minus 133, 134. I mean, we'll be landing Ike and Duna when we get there, and we've set it up for T-minus 133 from launch, and then Duna, day 364. Good. The Kerbals clock for the EVA, yeah. What are the rules for the speed run? The rules for the speed run are you have to plant a flag on every single body that you can plant a flag on in the Kerbal solar system, including moons, and you have to unlock the tech tree in its entirety, and the one that we're watching right now, this is the world record by Mr. Shannon. In the career mode category, you also have to unlock all of the facilities. You have to buy into all of the facilities at the space center there. So everything's got to be unlocked. 100% category. Along with these landing on and returning safely from, after planting a flag upon, every single body in the system. So I'm routing it right now by watching this career mode run. We're going to run the science mode category first, which means we're not going to have as many issues with, you know, having Kerbals who can and can't do things and that sort of a deal. As well as not having to worry about money. Now, you are... He's setting something up here right now. And we're back to mission time, which is day 134 of the mission. I wonder if he's going to change that. Where are you going? Where are you trying to get to, friend? Mission elapsed time. Okay, that's what MET stands for? I thought it was Mitsubishi Entertainment Technology. Where the fuck is he going right now? Is this, what's Mercury in Kerbal language? Moho, thank you. So, land Ike, land Duna, transfer... Moho Dojo. And I needed to be paying attention to while I was writing. I needed to see, like, what kind of a day he's setting this up for. Like, how long it is until he gets there. Because it looks pretty direct. It looks like he's not fucking around with, like, you know, getting there faster or anything. But I would like to know that. He's got to be looking at it. Just where the hell is he looking at it? He's already set up the goddamn maneuver node. Quit being so fast, speedrunner. Speedrunner. Okay. Now, are you going to mouse over any of the things that I need you to mouse over to see this? Or are you just literally not going to care because it's not so tight as it matters when you arrive? Apparently, it's not so tight as it matters when he arrives. We will find out later. Skip me forward. Are we still controlling the same ship? Yep, he's still setting that up. Okay, good. So it looks like after this, he gets this, you know, encounter, however it is that he wants it. Ooh, wait. Maybe he'll mouse over the periaps. He hasn't yet, Pawn. Don't fucking look for it. You'll figure it out later. You'll see it later in the runs. So skip through, he's launching another Kerbal. And where are you going? Arrival will be day 145. Alright, now he's launching this one on 403. Okay, so next launch is going to be... Get this off of this sheet. Day 403. Okay, get her into orbit, please. Wait, where are you going? Dres. Okay. What is Dres? Is that a major planet? Okay, apparently it's a major planet. Okay. You're going to be running this category? You don't know the names of the fucking planets? No, not really. Mm-mm. So, 403, Dres. Yeah. The only reason I'm watching this is because I'd like to see when he's arriving, because he's definitely using more speed than he needs, but I'm not seeing, like, where in the interface does it tell me that unless he fucking mouses over the periapps for once. The bastard. Like, he set it up, and he's getting there in a very specific amount of time, but when there was a frame, watch this. There was a frame where his mouse passed over the periapps. Fuck! Cloud of data. 220 something. Yeah, we got a cloud of data there. Fuck. Can you tell, Jermacine? Because I don't fucking know. Burn it out. And I'd love to know if this information is on screen somewhere that I'm not seeing. He had to have cared. He had to have been paying attention to it. To your retrograde. Ever so slightly. There you go. Nailed it. The fuck are you getting there, man? I don't know. Wait, did he just show it? No, he just hit the escape button. And then he's switching to the one that's on its way to... Where the fuck are you on your way? I'm very confused already. Transfer to Moho. This guy's going to Moho, so he's landing Moho. And he's going for a direct descent, obviously. And let's see, like, what day he's actually landing here. This is the mission time. Land... Moho. Hey, hopefully helping by doing maths, but I need to know, what's the circumstances to run the accelerometer, gravioli detector, and magnetometer? I know everything else is just whenever. Accelerometer. Is it the seismic accelerometer means you need to be landed, right? The gravioli detector, I don't know. The magnetometer needs to be in space, no atmo, and flying. It won't do landed. I think I'm right about that. So we're landing. No. Before you get out the ship, we're here on. It's mission time 279. So land Moho. Let's see. Transfer Moho, and we want this to be for mission 279-ish. And Moho, mission time 279. Okay. Do whatever you're going to do. You plant the flag, you get some science, whatever. And he is full-time warping to the universe time of 190. Okay. So warp to year 2, day 191. This is a bit of a mess. Like, I'd love it to all be in one standardized unit of this, that, or the other thing, but hey, what are you going to do? Took 145 days to get there from Duna. To Moho, 145 days. Transfer Moho. I will put that in then because I'm duplicating data here. So 145 plus 145 days. Okay, and he's launching, lifting off. He's got Moho capture. Year 2, 190. Heading to Eve. Do we know that? Okay. So Eve, he might do some adjustments here, but this is going to be, transfer Eve. And so let's see. See if he sticks with those or if he changes when he arrives. Yeah, because I remember him, I've seen this before, and I remember him changing it. So what did he get there? 63 days. And he was happy with that? Let's see if he adjusts it again. Why is he going solar first? Had he already blown it out? No, I'll worry about it when we're, stuck in the middle of the run. And actually, we're going to be going to Gilly. He separated the drogues while leaving Moho. I don't think he intended, if I remember from having watched this run, and he commentates it. I don't think he actually intended to do that. Oh, fuck, did he finally stop ranting? Well, he may have actually intended to do that. Wait a second. I wasn't watching what he was doing. I was thinking about... I was trying to remember... No. You. So you did a final adjustment because you actually want to go to... Gilly, right? It's for Eve. Set for... Gilly encounter. Yeah. And then he's switching over to whom, what, where, when, why, Dresbound. Which, I don't know what it is, actually. Before Dres. Oh, it's on its way to Dres. Is he changing the names as he goes, and that's how we know what the fuck's going on here? So... back to Dres. This is the main virtue of, like, taking all this information down, is I'm just, like, lifting his transfer windows, because Mr. Shannon spent quite a bit of time working the shit out with, what is it, Kerbal Alarm Clock, and figuring out what would make sense for, transferring one ship at this point. Should I launch another ship or send a ship that's already out there and make sure that I'm landing one while the other one's coming in, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a lot of work that's been done already to try and make sense of this. I have no idea whether Mr. Shannon's routing is the best version of the routing that could be, but it's a lot of fucking work to come up with any viable routing for this, so I'm just going to steal it. I'm just going to, use the good work that he's done already. Single action group consisting of crew report group, plus another surface sample, plus science for craft recovery, will give more than enough science for the entire tech tree, not counting anything in the Kerbin system. So as soon as you've got the parts you want, science isn't a worry at all. I didn't think that it really would be if you're landing every planet and you have to plant a flag, so you might as well take a surface sample and an EVA report from every place you landed. I figured it would just work itself out. But thank you for doing the math. Okay, so we're landing Dres on mission timer 2:30. Back to Dres. Land mission 2:30. So I don't. Can you do the math on that, Jermason? Day 403, we were leaving for Dres. On day 403, we left for Dres. 230 days later, we're there. Starting a fresh game, the transfer windows would always be the same as KSP doesn't randomize each new game. Yeah. I like math. Give me something else to work out if you need. All right, well, we left on day 403. I'm not sure if that was year 1 or year 2. And we're landed on Dres on day 230 according to the mission timers. So 403 plus 230, 633. What's the Kerbal year? What calendar date is it? Is it November? No. What's the over-under on that horse? Okay, and he's leaving Dres, getting himself in orbit, and he apparently set up a maneuver node, and he dragged it way out. And where are you going now? You're going back to Kerbin. Wow, okay. So we get a Kerbin return. Our first Kerbin return. And it could be important, like, when he's landing on Kerbin, so I'd love to know that day as well, when we're doing that. And if you can point out to me where the hell I can get this information other than waiting for him to mouse over something, I would love to know. Okay. Struggling to get that to hit Kerbin. I want to know what day that is eventually. And we're going to switch to Elu. I'm sorry. What just happened there? He switched to Elu. And then he did, so he didn't need to switch to Elu. So where are we now? Is this coming into even Gilly? I don't even know what I'm looking at this point. Not even sure what we're targeted. That's Gilly, all right. Okay. Switch to Gilly Eve. Land Gilly. Mission timer 1 year, 23 days. He did high science over Gilly. I'm not even going to worry about the science, honestly. Like, we'll run this once, and if we have trouble with science, then, you know, that'll be its own sort of a thing. I just want to get these windows and see if there's going to be special issues. Okay, yeah. You're sort of almost half there. And then, of course, from Gilly... Please stop putting the fucking thing over the... Thank you. God damn a fucking YouTube interface. So that was 1 year, 23 days into the mission. We landed Gilly. And what are you doing? Obviously, landing Eve. And yeah, this would be interesting to know what he's going to do for this. He's just going to crash into it. He's not going to like try and... Oh, yeah. He's going to try and do some aero braking. No? Am I wrong? He's doing some aero braking. Okay, it's just a bit of a time warp there. Aero brake-ish. Also flying against the spin, against the rotation of the planet. Interesting. It seemed like a really bad idea. Slam into that atmosphere while it's spinning against us. Good call. Hard to keep things from exploding, isn't it? Let's just skip ahead, skip ahead, skip ahead, skip ahead. Oh, he's just going straight for it now. Did he? Really? What was his height when he was doing this? 323. It's not in atmosphere. Yeah, he decided to just go for a straight descent. It's like, fuck it. This isn't working out. So let's just erase aero brake-ish from here and say any way possible. Because clearly it's a bit of a struggle in it. But he's making it down, and this is what those drogues are for, so that he can right himself on the way down. What 2 of them are for, anyway. I think the other 2 are just sort of backups, but we'll see as we go through it. You land, get the data. You know what I love about this game, man? Kerbal Space Program. Look at that. Look at that, huh? Doesn't matter. Do you land a low gravity body, and the ship just kind of like the legs do crazy shit and bounce around and it's sliding all over the place. You land the super high fucking gravity body, high pressure to everything. The legs just fucking shaking all around. It's almost as though, I don't know, 2/3 of the content in this game isn't designed for, you know, the shitty engineering of the game. It's like they never figured out how to make physics interactions between ships and land actually work and said, fuck it, ship it. Let's start making DLC. It's almost like that. I don't want to say that it is that. It is that. Oh, I did want to say that. I'll tell you what we're going to do at this point in the review. Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids. This point, as we're analyze what we're doing, we're an hour 43 into this 3-hour-long speed run, and just watching it and seeing what needs to be taken note of, and you know, taking note of the launch windows and things like that. We're going to carry on, but we're going to have ourselves a 7-minute live stream break. Just, you know, for those of you who haven't just passed out from the boredom of watching a silent speed run. Well, watching me watch a silent speedrun while making notes in pencil on paper. Played this game back before you could even properly leave Kerbin's sphere of influence. The sun used to be a point light source. Yeah, let's have our 7-minute live stream break, and when we come back, more of the same until we get to the end, and have all of the notes that we can at least start to... These notes are not going to give me everything that I need at all, but it's going to give me a vague outline of the order in which to do things, and the times at which to leave, and that sort of a thing. So stick with me across this 7-minute break. Pawn, not out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So what, I'm late. It's a slow-moving kind of a day on a slow-moving kind of a live stream, isn't it? Welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanBone live stream, where we're watching someone else's video. It's Pawn Reacts, the first time ever. Welcome to Pawn Reacts. By what we're doing is observing the run and critiquing it. So far, you know, he's not handled the getting on and off the ship very well. So now it's a critique, which means that technically, you know, I have the right to rebroadcast this as we critique it under fair usage. Probably not in full, the actual law, but let's hope that Mr. Shannon's cool and doesn't file a DMCA against me just trying to take note of his records. As a matter of fact, Mr. Shannon, when he did this run, talked quite a bit throughout the run about this routing. He was hoping that more people would run the 100% categories now because it's no longer a, you know, design multiple ships for multiple circumstances, 6-hour long kind of a thing. He got it down to 3 hours, 12 minutes, 34 seconds by creating this one ship that sort of breaks the game, at least in the 1.9 version, so we'll see if it still breaks the game in the 1.10 when we start trying to do it, and if not, I'll have to download the 1.9, because that's completely legal for the speedrun use. But he wanted this to, you know, turn into other people running the game, and he actually, you know, narrated what he was doing and why he was doing while he was running the route. But, you know, this is my live stream, so mine's the only voice you're going to hear, which is why we're watching it muted at 2 times speed and also skipping through the parts that we don't think that we'll need to know. Lava Lamp, hello. Can you figure out a closed form expression to convert between eccentric anomaly and true anomaly? Thanks. How about calculating eccentric anomaly from mean anomaly? He released a big Excel document as a guide. I'm sure he feels honored for the analysis. I'm sorry? I'm sorry? What? Who? Where? When? Why? Sometimes how? Let's carry on. So we're on Eve, and actually, if he's about to plant the flag, which he must be, then we're about to find out how many flags he's planted so far, which is representative of how many planets he's visited at this point. 100%, we land on every planet. That is the 8th planet out of, I think, 13 or 14 bodies. Not just planets, but moons, and you know, Gilly is apparently a moon. It's a piece of rock that happens to be floating with barely enough gravity to sort of float nearby and call it landed, especially in this game. I mean, look, you can't even be landed on fucking Eve, and it's got all the gravity in the world, and atmospheric pressure. But, so that's 8 out of 13, 14. We're a bit past halfway in this live stream so far. And waiting to find out. Will you please drop that overlay? Please drop the overlay. There you go, you prick. About to find out when it is that we want to, do our next launch from. So switch to Gilly Eve. And he's got this set up for day 77, year 3. We're at UT right now. I don't know if it's universe time or what that's supposed to represent, but year 3, day 77, he's launching. So from Eve, we land Eve, and then I'm gonna have to rewrite this for myself later, and then launch. I've just written launch. We want to launch at year 3, day 77, and he did wait to be, on the sun-facing side of this, so we'll, that's probably helpful. Next time I get the sub-month 3-versary thing, I'm going to share it because it's annoying as fuck on mobile. Feel free to ignore it. What? Eve time warp to 3075, Eve takeoff and fly to Joule system from his dock. Oh, he's got a freaking spreadsheet of this stuff, does he? Jesus, I can just download it and be able to do it, because he did want people to run this thing. Doesn't stop me from wanting to watch through it and take my own notes and that sort of a thing. But yeah, I will absolutely have that open. Ooh. Oh, wow, he's got lots of notes here. I'll have that open for laters. Where are we? Here we go. Back to the speed run. So Skilly Eve, land Eve with the drogues, launch year 3, day 77. And he's getting more scientific data. Go ahead and just skip forward a bit until you're doing something where you're leaving. And it looks like he's heading for Joule next. Yep. So we're going to transfer Joule. That's not how I've been writing that. Transfer Joule. Incidentally, yeah, write something about your run when you submit it, especially links to things, documents that you've created that are going to help other people run it. So we're transferring Joule, and there's going to be a specific timing for this, and he seems to have already set things up to a certain extent. I'm trying to figure out, like, what, how many days it is until he gets there. And it's the kind of thing that just doesn't, it's not, Fuck it. Every time I go looking for it, we just spend time looking for it, and then we have to pick it up later. So we'll pick it up later when we're, at Joule. So he's coming into the Joule system, but is he targeting a specific, yes, what's he targeting there? Oh, we were there. What do we got? Bop. Transfer Joule. This is going to be for up encounter. And I believe, if I recall correctly, he's going to have a lot of trouble actually getting this bop encounter. So I'm going to skip ahead. No? What have I skipped? He's going back to Elu? Are you ready to land for Elu as you're waiting on the bop transfer? Oh, he actually went past Elu. Okay. Transfer Joule for bop, and then we want to, back to Elu. And this is, incidentally, where he encounters some bugs in Kerbal Space Program, which is the occasional tendency of the robotics to just lose your programming for them. So, yeah, that by the way, I can account to that being alive and well in 1.10. In the most modern version of the game, that is also still a factor. But yeah, it just lost his fucking thing, so he said, fuck it, I'll just make it quick and I won't care about, how much thrust it's giving me. So now he's just trying to get back to Elu in a hurry. And is he going to go straight for landing on Elu, or is he just trying to save this and then he's going to wait? Nope, he's going straight for Elu. Love your voice. Nice ASMR. Oh, thank you, Jake's Left Foot. Thank you, Jake's Left Foot. So he's going straight to Elu, and we are arriving here late, apparently. So we'll want to look at his documents for when this should actually happen. But I'm going to say land Elu. And this is going to be year 3, day something, something, something. Elu's pretty big, isn't it? Land Elu, year 3, day 84. Okay. So he lands, he does all the things, and then he leaves. Yeah, he's leaving. And I don't know if he's got it. He's just going back to Kerbin with this one, I presume, right? Yep. Land Elu. Return Kerbin. And he was very concerned in the live stream at this point with making sure that he wasn't, like, getting all of the craft back at the same time, or, 2 of them landing at the same time. He was really, like, worried about that, and I find that, like, kind of crazy. Maybe that happened in his routing and in his testing, and while he was trying to get things, that he had 2 ships coming in at the same time, and it was a frantic, oh my god, how am I going to do this, and I have to change this one, maybe I grab the orbit with this and then raise it back up, and da-da-da-da-da. But I find that just so unbelievable that you'd accidentally have 2 of the 3 ships that are, one's at Elu, one's out at Jewel, one's coming back from over here, that at any point they would, be landing within the same in-game hour as each other. That seems crazy to me, but he was very concerned with getting back at the right time. And what was that he's moused over there? He set up a Kerbin capture for T-minus 4 years, 189 days. Wow. Return Kerbin. 4 years, 189 days. I don't know if he settles on that or not. We'll see. I suppose it would be easy to accidentally time warp past a maneuver or encounter when controlling a different craft. To, like, catch your encounter before things got out of control. The thing is, with a ship that's got infinite fuel and, 2,000 or more % thrust on it, like, oops, I missed it. What am I going to do? Well, okay, we fixed it. I just can't imagine that being as big a concern, but all right, so he's setting that up for coming back to Kerbin, and he's making a quick save, and then he's switching to, who'd we just switch to? Dresbound. Where are you now, though? Like, are you coming home? Because I'm not really keeping track of which ship is which. It's kind of hard in my head to do so. It looks like he is coming home to Kerbin, right? Is that what I'm looking at here? Yeah. So this is going to be land Dres, or, land Kerbin from the ship that went to Dres. Yeah. Turn Dres Kerbin. Land recover. And looks like, wait, did we miss an explosion? Let's get an explosion. Ah, fuck it. God, he exploded. Shit. All right, we'll do it again. No big deal. Just gotta hit it at the right. Oh, shit. No, that's not. Oh, fuck, we did it. Hang on. No, I just one more. Just needed one more. Definitely went to piloting school at the Ronin Pawn school of everything explodes on reentry. Uh-huh. And we're down, and we recover that, and then we're back out to the tracking station. Where are we going next? To the one that's at Jewel. So now we're going back to the one that's going into Jewel. Switch Jewel. We're headed to Bop, right? Where are we at? What's going on? So you've just entered the system, and you're going to get data from high over Jewel. Interesting. Okay, fine. Whatever. Whatevs this. That's going to be tricky, man. Trying to like hit these little moons in orbit of Jewel. I do not think that's going to be particularly easy, but we'll get around to it. Switch Jewel. And then next step. Yep. Flit us around. What are we doing? I'm sorry. Is this Bop? Come on, YouTube. I have never landed on these planets before, by the way. I've never landed on these moons, these planets and stuff. Like, I've done Duna, I've done Eve, I've done Gilly. I don't think I ever went out to Jewel. I've been on Elu, but I didn't fly there. I did it for, transferred my craft using mods for the sake of getting interesting shots and shit for stuff that I was doing. It was more storytelling affair on old YouTube videos and things. That seems like a time loss. So much safer to do an entry burn and can still fall down at Mach 3 without burning up. So where are we? Bop's Peaks. Alright, yep. And the ship's still just jiggling and shit because it's Kerbal Space Program. So land Bop, and this is before you got out of the craft. What year and day was it? So land Bop. Roundabouts, the old... this is mission time. 2 year, 342 days. Flag. You're just going to put back into orbit around Bop, I presume. Now you're just going to exit Bop from the outside so that you're getting into the SOI of Jewel again. And then you're going to Lathe. Land Bop, transfer Lathe. How long is he going to fight this maneuver node? Because it could take a while. I can imagine it taking quite a while. So long that you've gone past your node, potentially? Looks like he's going pretty much directly to Lathe. Doesn't look like he's doing anything to try and get there super fast or control his arrival time. Just trying to get there. Yeah, wow. Hell of a burn. Now, Lathe is actually, if I recall, one of the planets that he needs to put into orbit around, possibly the only planet he needs to put into orbit around instead of just going for a direct landing at any old place, because Lathe is covered mainly with water. So, it being covered with water, there's only a couple of places where you can land at, which means you have to, control your landing, which is just not a concern for most of the rest of everything that's going on here. So we're entering Lathe's SOI, 2 years, 349, but we'll just note the day upon which we actually land it. So first he's going to capture, and that's going to be transfer Lathe, and I will make a note of capture orbit, because you don't have to pretty much anywhere else. And so now he's trying to pick his landing site, and because he doesn't have, any of the mods that would help you know where you're going to fall, you just kind of got to eyeball it, don't you? MET again, not UT. Yes, I think I noted that as mission time, 2 years, 342 days, not universal time. And you should keep in mind that the planet will continue spinning underneath you as you go, which means if you overshoot for water, you'll probably come down on some of the land, which he seems to have done here. And he's landed on the surface of Lathe. Land. This is going to be 2 years, 350. And this is also, of course, mission time. I'll put an M in front of that. So it was an 8-day transfer from landing on Bop to landing on Lathe, apparently. Graybeard Wizard. Oh man, we're on the big boy run now. Hope you're having a good one, Pawn. Well, I'm just watching Mr. Shannon's run and taking some notes and things. Only found out 10 minutes ago or so that he's got a spreadsheet documenting how, like, what the launch windows are and everything. But honestly, I kind of want it in my own handwriting, the things that I think are important, necessary to the run, and to have, like, seen all of this again with an eye for what do I need to be concerned with. Lathe is one of these where, you know, there's apparently enough atmosphere that you could burn something off, which is why he's trying to control his speed and thrust and not overheat as he goes. So we're landing and leaving. Best way to study for sure, you have to do it yourself. Yeah, and I've watched this run before just, you know, for entertainment value, and as I was starting to take an interest in running Kerbal Space Program, but I wasn't watching it, you know, with a pencil in hand. All right, so what are we doing now, friend? Whoa. What are we doing now? See, this is interesting. So we get, let's see, we go back to orbit, and then he's waiting for Val? Ah, he goes to a good place for transferring to Val, which is apparently, I'm going to say it's a pie slice away, 35 degrees, something like that. So, orbit, time warp to Val, 35 degrees ahead. Okay. Which is, by the way, going to be 353, so about 3 days later, plus 3 days, if we're, you know, on time with everything that's going on here, but probably won't be. I'll just put it down anyway. And then you are 3 o'clock, Val is 1 o'clock. Okay, less than 35? But all right, fair enough. And then we're, transfer. Damn it, I want to do this all on one sheet of paper. Didn't work out. Gonna have to transfer it to another anyway. But, transfer Val. Land. And the date is going to be, wow, just like 1 day after the transfer. That's quick. 354. So 2 years, this is mission timer, 2 years, 354 days. Transfer to second sheet of paper, 333.40 into VOD. Very, very close, yeah. And now what? What are you doing? Get back aboard the ship. Wow, did he just fly in like a Yeah, it was like a mosquito coming, or no, a house fly. Look at that again. Zzz. And then he just starts licking your ear or rubbing his hands together or whatever, right? And what are we doing now? This is still in the Jool SOI. And where is that? What is that planet that he's going to right now? Because I don't know Jool's system well enough to have any fucking clue. Tylo? Launch for Tylo. Could have done it in orbit too, but he decided to stay low. Oh, maybe he's going to get the orbit now. We want to leave for Tylo. Yeah, he got the orbit. Now he's going to put himself on the outside of the planet. What? I could have swore I was watching him pull on retrograde and have it go prograde, but whatever. So Tylo, when Tylo is where's? I'm going to call that 25 degrees forward. At least in my mind, you know? Whatever works for you. Transfer. Tylo should be a direct descent. Yeah. And so we're landing Tylo, and yes, I'm skipping through it. Seen one landing, seen them all. Not exactly. So land Tylo, 2 years, 360 some days. Get back in the ship so I know. 2 years, 365 days. Yes, no, that's right. Did I say 200? Because I wrote 300. 2 year, 365 days. And now he's going to, obviously, because I'm an expert in this game, multiple world records, so he's going to Jamiroquai, is one of the lesser known moons in orbit of Jool. What did we just do? I saw, so he's positioning this fella. The Legend Fresh, thank you for the cheers. 2 year, 373 day? Sorry, how many days are in a year again? I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck we're doing right here. So we got done we're on the surface of Tylo, right? So we got done, we're moving forward. And then is he transferring craft or something? He went right past when he meant to leave. Oh, he's F9ing because he went past his when he wanted to move. Is that what we are? Yeah. He must have overshot when he meant to leave. Okay. That was confusing. So he's launching for, where the fuck are we going right now? Isn't Jamiroquai a band? No, it's we're going to Pole. So launch Pole. 2 years, 374 days. And from here we're looking at Pole being again, honestly, to my eyes, like less than the last one even. Like, I'm going to say 20 degrees, and it's probably, I'd call it 18, but 20 degrees forward. Keep going. Tylo, Pole, Jool, Kerbin. You mean like he's gonna use Jewel for a kick? Because if he lands on Jewel in this and plants a flag, I'm gonna be really fucking impressed. That's gonna be a hell of a... yeah, a hell of a speed run right there. Just showing off, and then I landed Jewel, he says. Danny could probably do it. Danny probably already has done it. Danny2462, he's probably landed Jewel. Eccentric orbits give you hell. You just gotta pull on your normals a bit, and then potentially radials. They get all confused about what's happening and why it's happening, and start shouting, "This fucking game! I can't fucking believe they made this piece of shit!" And it's the one instance in which you're wrong, because it's just confusing. And not bad design and bad UI. But, they set you up to be angry at it, so it's still their fault. What are we doing? What are we doing here, buddy? We're just getting to Tylo. Or pole. Pole? Pole. Bop. Bop, pole. Pole. You can dip into Jewel Atmo with the ship, no worries. And just, get out real... Just curve along the ladder and just, just throw a flag, get back in. It'll make it down. Okay, fair enough. It's just a hard one to get, but he gets it, and then he's to it, and then he's landing it. We're bounced around all these moons directly. So once you're in the Jewel system, it's a lot less like, what do I do next? Except for, go to the next moon, and then try and remember which is the next moon to go to. But it would appear that he's landing 2 years, 392 days. It doesn't matter. It's all direct, and it's just based on when you started. So clearly this isn't going to matter as much. It's just get there, and if you started at the right time, then it should take you about this amount of time, and that should work out for getting everybody home without there being overlap. Is basically what this is going to come down to. It seems clear to me. And there, just with a little bit of shift, and then steer them in. Plant a flag on an asteroid and fly it into Jewel. Yeah, use an asteroid as a blader, and then, hey, anybody tried that yet? The pressure would be a slight issue, but it could probably work out. And then he's just leaving the SOI. Jesus Christ, did he not, care at all at that point? He was like, all right, fuck it, we got all the data we want. We're blasting off Team Rocket to victory again, or whatever. And then, yeah, he doesn't care. He's just getting to, it says, launch to Jewel orbit. And then, leave from the correct side. Leave from inner. Yeah. And he's burning back to Kerbin? Does that mean he's done? Could mean we're done with this, if he's bringing the Jewel ship home. What are we doing here? Oh, did we not? We landed Elu. What am I looking at? He didn't switch ships on me, did he? What the fuck am I looking at right now? I may have been jumping ahead. Maybe he's still got something to do. Pawn, I've just realized a really easy exploit for you. Okay, let me know. Do you run it like the tech run, unlock all the science from a lab on Minmus, and then take one special ship to land every other planet? Is one long mission? I'm going to follow his routing in terms of landing all the ships at all the places for the 100%. In terms of science, was it Lava Lamp? Somebody did the math on that already, or Naram, that it should just sort of work out if I grab science from, all the different places that I go, a little bit here, a little bit there, Pick it up when we're landed, pick it up from when we're in high orbit of this place or the other, 2 of those spots, and we only need 15K. I'll run it and I'll just grab science when it seems like a good time to grab science when we get home. Hopefully we've got enough. And if we don't, then I'll have just wasted an entire fucking speedrun. That God knows how long it's going to take. In science mode, you don't have to deal with reputation or Kerbal levels. Just kill the Kerbals after flag planting instead of recovering them back to Kerbin. It's actually part of the rules that you do have to return them safely to Kerbin. I don't think it means just chunks of them either. I haven't been paying attention at all. Was he just like setting up a return to Kerbin from Jewel? We haven't switched crafts. We're not landing anything. We're warping at max speed here. And yeah, it looks like he's just riding the Jewel ship all the way back. Return Kerbin. Am I wrong there? Max warp speed is way too slow for outer planets. So he has returned the Elu ship. He's still got one coming back, does he? Or Jeb recovery? No, this is the last one. Okay, I've been keeping real good track. That was the last one. Shall we watch him finish this out in a blaze of glory? 306 and 319. It says it's 312, so we got 3 minutes at 2 times speed. He's upgrading everything with money that presumably, like, I would guess that you get enough money just from, like, milestones and worlds first by landing on each of the planets. So you don't even have to fucking worry about the money once you've done it, once you've gotten to the point where you can build that first ship. Oh, he does have one more to return. I thought so. So upgrades and then Elu recovery. Because the splits are off screen. Got it. So return Kerbin, and then we're returning Elu. And he's just got to hit the planet. And then, juice it on his way back into atmosphere. Maybe pop those drogues. Find your retrograde. No, it's fine. It's fine as long as the Kerbal survives. And maybe the science, too. We'll be okay. I just look. No, it doesn't. Unless I'm blind. Unless I'm being blinded. And he fucked it up. Which I might be, to be honest, since I'm gonna go to bed in a minute. Yeah, it's definitely in there. Jesus, that was a rough re-entry. Hit it again. In fact, let's just pause that and confirm again that it says in them their rules. Oh, well, it's in here, isn't it? And it's in the thing. Yeah, let's just trust that I read the rules at the beginning, and it says that they have to plant a flag and return safely. Watch as Mr. Shannon brings us home for us. So, yeah, a little bit of it'll be fine, or it won't. One of those two things. 2,000 meters per second at these heights should be fine. He shouldn't have any problems with overheating. Setting the altitude to 800 because he doesn't want it to fuck up on him again. Deploying it early as well. Early with 800 is definitely like, I'm fucking sick of this. I don't want to lose any more time to it. I'm just going to be safe. 800 with a deployment at 8,000 or something like that is just get me down. In comparison to the beginning of the run where he was setting that parachute for 600 over water. And he's unlocking. Let's get that whole tech tree. And what did he return with, by the way? Let's just back it up and see how much he came down with. Yeah, it turns into a clicker game right at the end. 17,200 science he returned with, after getting all of the ships back, which is 2,200 more than he probably needs considering what he upgraded. Maybe he might need a little bit more. Because I don't think he bought into, the big fuel tanks and some other things that we go to. We grab the box chase there below the fuel. How do you describe it? It's the fourth one down in tier 27. That one. There were a couple of tiers that he didn't buy that we buy in the tech tree unlock categories in order to build our ships. But that's it. That's the run done in 3 hours, 12 minutes. Everything's upgraded. All the facilities, all the technology unlocked. 3 hours, 12 minutes, and we have our notes now, as well as Mr. Shannon's own how to do this spreadsheet. Let's have a look at that how to do this spreadsheet. KSP 100% guide, see how much he's documenting here. So, accept the first to get some money, launch ship 1 and 2, gather 22.4 science, 75,000 total. This is for the money game that we don't have to worry about in science mode yet. He's documenting how many contracts to take, when to cancel them, all that. That's a lot of, it's the kind of documentation I did on my first run, and I won't do it again because it's just too much information to have written down. Good to study, but really, you want to make yourself a cheat sheet that's just a lot smaller than this and more, concise. Jabbit Kerbin, launch ship number 2, gather another 103.7 science. Research these bits. Launch number 3, fly to the moon. So, my first thing would be, what if we don't fuck with the moon until we've got the magic ship that we can launch, that's got infinite everything? Because we've got a good method here. He was 24 minutes in before he launched for Minmus, but he'd already landed the moon. So that's important to bear in mind. But in my speed run, let's go over here and just have a look-see. And we can check those rules, too. Full game leaderboard, please. So view rules for the category. Return them safely to Kerbin. So flag on every surface and return them safely to Kerbin. But my latest, well, we don't have my latest. It's not uploaded yet. Not that I don't have my latest, because it is my latest, and I've already edited it. So, starting again, preview. We are, in this video, we are launching for Minmus. Six minutes in. We've built the Minmus ship, and we're launching 6 minutes in. And we do 3 sites on Minmus for the science that we need. And then we're returning, and we're recovered 18 minutes in. I can do that faster in the first place. And also, it might be possible to just do this with 2 sites landed on Minmus instead of 3, depending on how much science we need in order to build the ship, the break the game ship, Minmus is way easier to land on, might be faster to do that first. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is go to Minmus first, maybe land only 2 sites, see what kind of science we bring back, and if it's enough to buy into everything that we need. We return when we do come home from Minmus. 5.5 minutes ahead again. Hang on. Frackle with the 11-month subscription. Thank you very much, Frackle, for the previous thing. So we come back with 2,090 science, having gotten 3 sites worth of science. So if we go back over to Mr. Shannon's guide, then we would see that, let's see, from his moon landing, he's bringing back how much science? Recover ship number 3 with 566, and then launch ship number 4 to Minmus. So 566 plus 740 is what he's got in order to build those 2 ships. 566 and 740 is, some amount, 1,400, around 1,400 science. And if we're coming back with 2,000 from 3 sites, it would make sense that we'd be about there for 2 sites. So I could hit, land one place on the edge of any biome, too. I wouldn't have to be as specific about the landing site, because if I land on any, flat, and then get just slightly off the flat, So long as I'm not, I mean, even if it's slopes, you know, and it's really hard, the slopes don't go from slopes to flats. And even if they did, like, it's flat, and then it comes up, and then it's a little bit of lowlands, and then it's slope usually. So I could land just about anywhere as long as it's on a flat for the first one, hop over to the second one, boom, hit it, and come back. And that would save us a little bit of time. I think we could probably get that if we're returning here in 19 minutes. Also, I remember that mission not going perfectly well. We could probably get that done in 17, 16 minutes. So we'd be returned from Minmus 16 minutes in. And in comparison with his run, he had already been to the moon and was launching for Minmus like 24 minutes. I think it would be faster to just do Minmus first, get 2 sites worth of science, and then we can immediately build the magic ship, take the good magic ship run and pawn to the moon, and then from the moon leave for our first for Duna on day 230. And then start the run that way. And that would make the landing on the moon a lot easier because we'll be flying a ship that, you know, it's magical. It can generate as much fuel as it needs, and it can generate thousands of times more thrust than it's supposed to be allowed to. Yeah. Backseat driver pawn. Come on, run your Minmus first part. Yeah, I think so. Now go get the first sub 3 hour run. All right, you guys ready to start? We've only been here for 4 hours chronicling things. I need to rewrite them down and be able to do them. Let's just get in there. We could actually, why not? Why not run the first part of this? Why not, you know, just keep me warm on the run, that sort of thing. So we're in science mode, we just came in. If we're going to get started in this, it occurs to me that Scott Manley might have done this record many years ago with an RCS glitched ship. Really? So we build this, give it a parachute, give us a solid fuel booster. I'm not gonna rush. There ain't no timer on the screen right now. And then 3 of you, just run this the way that you've been running it. 3 of you, and then thrust limit to something, 28 on that. Set up the staging. Set up the fuckins, you fucking motherfucker. I was putting the parachute in the wrong place anyway. And we come in. What do? We pop a mystery goo. Well, that's coming up. We pop up the crew report. Bang, bang. Jeb gets out. We have him surface sample EVA report. Bang, bang. He takes out the crew report and then reboards. And then SAS on. Throttle doesn't matter. Pull you over here, send you over to the R&D a bit. Pop the parachute a bit early while we're in flight. Observe the mystery goo. And crew report me. Thank you. Jeb gets out. Does an EVA report from here. Thank you. Wait, no, get back out. God damn it, I hate the delay on this. Oh, good, we're on a roof. Take the data out of there, reboard. Hey, we're not on a roof. And then once we're landed, we observe the mystery goo. We crew report. What do we do then? We get out. You don't need to take the data again. EVA report, surface sample, reboard, recover. It's been a minute since I thought about this. It's also been 4 hours of, you know, mostly political dissertation. We come back with 52.9 science earned. And we buy into you and you exclusively. And then we go back into the VAB, and we add the science that we just bought to this vessel. I want you over there, you on the other side, and then we transfer it over to the spaceplane hangar, and we launch it from there. And we do the same mission again, gathering science from the alternate site. So, no, you're doing this wrong already. Doesn't matter. Observe mystery goo. Yep, you do that. Grab all those things. Then I want you to log the pressure data, pin that, collect it. I want you to log the temperature, pin that, collect it. And I want you to get out and do that there surface sample EVA report. Also like you to take the data, reboard, SAS on, go. And send me over here. Parachute out a little bit early. Don't really need the mystery goo, but we'll have it. Definitely don't need the crew report, so we won't have it. Need the pressure data and temperature from in flight. Don't need an EVA either. Already had that. It's down on the ground over here. And then observe the mystery goo. Crew report me. From the astronaut complex, good. You can EVA. I should go ahead and take surface sample EVA report. I want you to take data, reboard, log pressure data, log temperature, recover. And that should be however much science that should be. 93 in total is what we've got at this point. When we come back in here, we buy into you, and you, and you, and you. And then we can build the Minmus ship. Alright, let's build the Minmus ship. We'll fly out to Minmus. I'm just going to do the first part of this. And then see what I'm driving toward is once I've unlocked the parts needed to make the magic ship. Does the magic ship work in 1.10? We'll find out together. So, and also I'll have to, it'll also give me a chance to learn how to build the magic ship, because I ain't built it before. We'll start by just going from memory, and then it won't work, and then I'll have to double check. So I'm making predictions already. You there, and then we'll have that, but not before we have a fairing. Heat shield, rather. Heat shield, and then one of you, don't care how or where. And then we'd have a science junior on board. Now I can just start building the ship. So 1, 2, 3. And like so. Oh no, 4. We've been doing 4 on this. And you guys, that, have an engine, swivel. Go ahead and collapse these, because we're in no hurry. Decoupler. You fucking get on that goddamn motherfucker. We're in no hurry. I ain't stressed. 2 becomes 4, becomes 6. And then the swivel. Break 4 of you off. Give me a decoupler. Just one of them, please. Put you on. Some more fuel tanks. 1, 2. Need some more decouplers. And then these are for our thumpers. Go right on without any problems because the snapping in this game is so good. And then that was me being salty, is what that was. And then you do the aerodynamics for it. So fins go on. Some fins on you. And some nose cones on the tippy top. And grab one more of these guys, just one of them. Drop you higher than that, though. We don't want you sitting on just those 2 on the pad. Yeah, that'll do it, I believe. Grab you. 1 on either side. And we got ourselves a ship to Minmus. What are you doing here? Oh shit, you yanked off of there. Alright, well, put it back. Pull from here. 2 times symmetry. Like so. Yes? Perhaps. Is that a ship to Minmus? Looks like a ship to Minmus. And then we do the action grouping. I may be a bit slow and tired. What of it? So in custom 1... wait, no. Do I only need 1 of these? Because we're in science mode. Put 3 of them on. I only need 1 of these. I only need 1 of these, right? Ugh. I don't recall. Can we do 3? And then... No, because we're not going up and coming back down. It's just 1 of them. Yes, yes. You're right, Paul. You're right. You've always been right. Don't question yourself. Ever. You just, you know. Somebody's got a different view on politics. They're wrong, you're right. Observe mystery goo. Log the temperature. Log the pressure data. Crew report me. Materials study me. That's all those things. And then on 2, collect all. You usually run 1 and have a scientist with a probe core. Because we're in science mode, we don't need that. The scientist has all of the skills of a pilot. So we should be okay on that head. That's what's confusing me too, is because I've got the 2 different runs mixed in my head, haven't I? So you would go with... You fire along with everything, and then these guys, you come on there, and then this one would be with you, and then those being separate. Ooh, how'd I manage to do that this time? So I don't have to separate them. I believe that's correct, and then we'd, like, save that craft. And then the crew would be not Jebediah, but in fact Bob Kerman. In fact, Bob Kerman. There you are. Oh, something I'm missing. Something I'm not seeing. Well, we can always revert, Pawn. You're in no hurry. Launch it. So, this, what I've just done, we'd be doing in 6 minutes, apparently. Fuel crossfeed? Nope, nothing so complicated is needed here, so, we wouldn't take any science from the pad, we'd just launch. I'd pull us down to just a bit above 70 with this ship design. Like that. I'd hold it there until we got a little bit of speed. I want to see 200 meters per second before I let it just follow its prograde. Now you're on your prograde. When I see 250, come down to half on the throttle, F5, and we'll 2 times fizz warp. Should give us a little bit of spin, but should be stable otherwise. And then as we come to the bottom of these SRBs, I'll come out of fizz warp, I'll go up to full on the liquid fuel, drop all that, F5, and then this ship doesn't like to fizz warp, but it seems to be working there. Yeah, okay. We managed to get away with it this time for whatever reason. Maybe I just let it stabilize before I started fizz warping. And we'll push the upwaps up to 80k. 80k is fine by me. And from here, I could go ahead and get the first of our data. No, we don't take any data. We don't take any data, Pawn. And the thing that you were doing, actually, Mr. Ronan Pawn, was you were burning straight to Minmus. And I think that there's a way that I can make that even faster and improve it if we just warped ahead a little bit and then burn it again. But this time, apparently, we're getting the circularization first, because could I be bothered? Apparently not. Minmus, set you as my target. And let's go ahead and burn prograde from the Apoaps. Will it pass the Apoaps? Whatever. I mean, if I cared, then I could pull us up a bit, or to pull that Apoaps back toward us, and then let it find its prograde again. We're going to be out of fuel in these in just a second. Bye to you. And wouldn't you know it, we're in the perfect place to leave for Minmus. So what if we just left for Minmus? And we're going to be out of fuel here in just a second. And back up to some fizz warp. Oh, we're back in atmosphere. That's fun. And burn me out to a Minmus encounter. Hey, there's Minmus for us. And, you know, we could do a maneuver node and stuff like that, or we could just put on our normal. And burn up. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong place. That's right, you're supposed to warp out first, you silly boy. So warp me out to here. It's a new method that I improvised during the world record speed run that I'll be uploading tomorrow. Tomorrow, I guess. 65k, collect science. Yeah, we don't need to. At least we didn't need to in the past run, so I want to see how much science we get back if I don't bother with any of that. So yeah, warp me out to about there. That's fine. And now, go ahead and pull that up. And then this should be prograde forward. And we've prograde forward to a decent place. So F5 again, and I would warp to here. What we want to do is we want to start taking science when we get to high over Minmus. It just saves me having to get the Kerbal in and out, and, you know, there's a fair bit of time save in not doing it. So we'll see if this turns out to be enough science to get what we need when we get back. We're only going to take 2 sites worth of data, too. But, so, number 1, we're still high over Minmus right now, so this will be the first science that we get. I want you to go ahead and find your retrograde for me. So there's those 5, Bob gets out, and I want you to go ahead and collect data, restore, and pin that, and then from this guy, collect data, restore. And if I can remember, I will press 2, and then I won't have to click collect data. I can just restore. Did I get your EVA? Okay, reboard, 2. And then we'll go to our periapps. Any reason you prefer to retrograde orbit around Minmus? The prograde orbit you had first seemed fine. You know, not really. It's just how I've been doing it. I haven't thought about it. It's just how I've been doing it. SAS, find your retrograde for me, but before we do that burn, go ahead and grab more science for us. Should be 5 things come in here. They do. We get Bob out. He gives me an EVA report. Thank you. And then he collects data, restores, reboard, 2, suck it in, start hitting that 2 a little bit earlier, pawn. And it's time to burn SAS on your retrograde, please. We've got ourselves a burn that is safe, and find us a landing site. Now, if this is where Minmus is going to be on the regs, then that's my new landing site. That's what I'm going to say. So bring me over to, let's say, here. Yeah. This will be our landing site, because we can get, you know, the flats, and then we can hop onto lowlands right there. Be the idea. But, for, you know, expedience sake, the fastest way that we could do this is, you know, suicide-ish. Doesn't have to be completely suicidal, but a bit of some suicide could be helpful. So we'll do like that, and F5. Are we F5? We're F5. And then give me full warp. Fast as you'll let me warp it. And we get down to you can't warp anymore mode. Deploy these. F5 again. Looks like I'm going to be on land first. So, how fast do you think I can do this? Because I think 250. Yeah, that worked out pretty okay, is what I'd say. Okay, yep, just set her down. Set her down. Okay. F, F, F. Good, we're settled. So give me an F5 and plant the flag on the first landing. Yes, absolutely. There's only going to be one landing of this, so we would plant the flag here. Go ahead and get the data. That's all 5 of those. Suck it in this time. Bob, get out. Surface sample EVA report. Bing, bing. Restore for later, I suppose. And, And then, yeah, go ahead and get down. Get down on it, boogie, so forth and so on. Plant flag, plant flag. Bit slopey. Just a bit, though. It's fine. Deal with it. So, there you go. There's Bob. Flag planted. I think we got all the science we want to get. We're reboarded. F5 from here. Oh, and we wanted to get the other site. So, right over there. So, SAS, give me a little bit of go juice. And then just, like, do a bit of that. Maybe hit me again. And then get you on your retrograde. 4 times fizz. And we're back down. F5 again. Hit me off some more science. It's all 5 of that. Bob, get out. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. Take surface sample EVA report. Did I get it from the other site? Surface sample EVA report. Sure, it must have, right? Collect data, restore. Collect data, restore. Did I? Did I, though? Take 2 readings from 2 biomes, lowlands and flats. Yes, that's exactly my plan here. And then we'll just leave from here. Did I get them from over there, though? I'm going to review, because, you know, I don't want to not have it. So it will all be in here. Review stored data. From the flats, we'll be looking for... Or no, from lowlands, we're looking for surface sample EVA. Space high, space high, space high, space high, space high, space high. Oh, the news story about teens on Minmus. Space high. Space near, near, just above, near. Minmus is lowlands. Crew report. Good. Temperature scan, yeah. Pressure. Mystery goo. Material study. And we're already to flats. We want lowlands. EVA from lowlands. I need surface report. Surface sample from lowlands. Good. Good. That's everything. I believe that's everything. So from here, the way that I do this is, where's Kerbin? It's over there. Alright, well then spin the planet for me, would you? Spin the moon, rather. I mean, spin all of it, because, you know, I am the lord of time and space. And then from here, I just burn up. And in fact, we're so equatorial, I don't need to turn down to the south or anything. We'll go straight back to Kerbin on this. Come on, just that. Did they ever play their own game, do you think? Do you think that they did? You think they ever tried this thing? Okay, I need to, I think, burn north or something now. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So 35 on there for a return, and then we'd, you know, return. Which apparently is going to be this side of things. Go ahead and warp me there. Goodbye, Minmus! Hello, Kerbin! And we'll let it do its thing. Again, if it's not a speed run, then I'm not going to stress myself out about doing it fast. I don't want to pause to get the science here, so I'm going to pretend like, you know, we don't have to. But if we do, I suppose I could have 5 from here. Get on your retrograde and go ahead and ditch this stage. You're going to be in my way now, so that's going to be helpful. Surface for the thing, and then, yeah, go ahead and bring me down, get me a free camera. And 4 times fizz warp. And it's looking like we'll come down over water. So, altitude to... Shall we try it? I say we try it. F5. I say we go 600. 600 over water. Huh? F5 again. Oh, there's a boomerang out here. I never knew. And it's safe to deploy the parachute. We are at 4 times Fizz Warp here. Go ahead and deploy at 11K. Water 650. I'm doing water 600. Water 600, but I'm also deploying the parachutes way friggin' early on this, so... Boom! We got the science home. That's all that mattered. Okay, let's go ahead and try 650. Come on, you fucking game. 650. Oh, this is 4 times Fizz. Obviously. Do I even have to say it? Come on, game. Come on. Jettison Heat Shield helps. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna. But okay. So this is like 10K. 10K with a 650. I suppose I could. I could remember that while we're coming down. Jettison the Heat Shield. Oh, that was fucking just slow as balls. Look at 4 times Fizz Warp's taking forever to get down to water. Just recover, no added science. This is what I want to know. Only below about 50 meters per second, or it sticks to you. It separates as the chutes open. So we brought back 1,464 science. That is about what we wanted. That is almost, that's like exactly what we wanted. But I don't know exact, but it's right in that fucking range. So 1464 from the 2 landing min-miss opening. And then if we went in here, I saw that he bought into here and he bought all the way through to there. Because he wants the science from it. Okay. So, yeah. Buy you. Sure. Don't need any of that shit. I recall he bought up to heavier rocketry. And then... what else? He had this stuff, but not for the ship that we're about to build, so we don't actually need any of that. I don't remember. I think he had this as well. The 25 decoupler. That's probably worth having. I mean, we would usually buy up to here, and we would do it for a fairing, but we don't need that fairing. Doesn't look like we need any of that stuff either. Curious where, like, the next is. There's more science somewhere. We don't need it because every pilot is going to be insanely good. We don't need it because every pilot's going to be insanely good. Where's the atmospheric one? You know, that bit of science that does atmosphere. You might need antenna. I got... Doesn't see... He didn't have a fucking antenna on there one, did he? If you only got a scientist. Add octagonal chutes and litho brake without chutes at all. I remember he bought into the ladders. He needed the ladders. That's a thing. So, you there to get to you there. Yeah, that's definitely something that he wanted. Where's the atmospheric... Well, there it is. The fluid spectrometer. So if we didn't need anything else, we could actually get the atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer and bring that with us as well for science. Not that apparently it's needed. He used a pilot. That last ship was run by a scientist. In science mode, it doesn't matter. Every Kerbal is a master pilot. So... an antenna because he was using... What you're saying is he was using a pilot... and that means the pilot can always make a maneuver node even if we don't have comms. You think that's an issue? Because I might need an antenna. for the ability to make maneuver nodes. And if I do need an antenna, then I need a pretty goddamn big motherfucker. Or we just gotta send pilots. Because he did it with pilots, we don't need to send a scientist to pilot this thing. We can just send pilots. Yeah. But I like the idea of bringing this along with us. Let me just go back and see what I can build with what we've bought so far. So, I don't remember, like, what he did, how he did it, who he did it, what the other. But go ahead and load up this ship, and we'll adapt it. Let's say we're not bringing a scientist. So if we're not bringing a scientist, we're just bringing pilots, then fuck that, and fuck all that. Right? Fuck all of it. Just throw it all away. The things that cannot be reproduced, fucking chuck them. Chuck and fuck them. Right? Especially if we brought that fluid spectrometer majigger madoodle. Oh, I can't bring the magnetometer boom. It's something you have to wait for anyway, Pawn, and he managed it without it, so yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about it. He might have had the, scientist has to reset stuff. Yeah, so the things that don't need resetting we'll bring, and nothing else, is my thought. He used Jeb and Val as Kerbals. I think they're pilots. Yes, both of those are pilots, so that's what we'll go with there. Alright, I mean, this is fine for, like, the return stage, then. And if I recall correctly, did he like, not put on... He just put on a Terrier immediately, right? And then under the Terrier was a fuel tank. And then under that, it was not the mainsail. Am I gonna need the DLC for this? He uses robotics. Is robotics not part of the part of the base game? It's the DLC? Because I've got the DLC. I just didn't even think about that until now, when I just considered, is the engine that he used part of the DLC? Because it wasn't the mainsail, it was the... You know, just Goo and Junior that need resetting, right? Yeah. Yeah, so leave the Goo and the Junior behind. But it wasn't a mainsail. And it's none of these. And we don't have robotics. Right? Is that because I haven't bought into it? There's not even a robotics tab. I don't know, because you guys gave me the DLC before I started playing Kerbal again after leaving back in 1.04, having played it since 0.24 or something like that. But yeah, I think it was around 1.04 or 1.05 that I dipped out. So, robotics is DLC? Is that true? Anybody here that can speak to what the fuck's going on here? Because I didn't know it was in the DLC. You guys gave me the DLC, so now I have it. Alright, well, since nobody's saying in particular, I'm gonna go back to his run, and we'll just pull it up at the beginning. Still on mute. When he's building that first magic ship, which will be after the Mimis landing, will be this. And so, what do we got here? You got yourself a skiff. Skiff liquid fuel engine. So, KSP skiff. The wiki? Sure. Available only with the Making History expansion installed. Is that important? Like, is that the only engine that's going to cause this to work this way? Without magnetometer, Goo, and Junior, you'll be at 15,104 science out of 18,468. But I don't need 18,468, do I? I mean, is 18,468 the total amount of science needed or something? He came back with 17.4. What do you have in terms of my engines? We're gonna have to look up like the infinite fuel glitch, KSP. Tiny ship with infinite fuel glitch. Because I need to know if this is doable with other... Oh, no, it's tiny ship. Thrust limit is not capped. Unlimited rocket fuel. Like robotics is part of the Breaking Ground DLC. Yes, we have looked that up. He also did in-orbit slash flyby science. Okay. I'm not really worried about science. I think it'll take care of itself, and if it doesn't, then I just route in some more. But... No, that's just how to turn it on. Alright, let's look at... Is this, things to do with the fuel exploit... Somebody, like, explain it? Like, why it works and what you need to make it work. Like the entire track tree requires 18,468 science. Okay, well, we've already spent, you know, by this point in the game, we've already spent a whole bunch of science, so if we've got around 15,000, that's what I usually need to finish unlocking it in the tech tree unlock category, so depends on, you know, it'll probably be a little bit more than 15k, because we won't have bought into all the things that I usually do. I didn't catch how much he got. Let's look at Danny, I suppose. Okay, try and skip around and just see the build. So, consumer grade ship design. Does the infinite fuel glitch require robotics as well? Is that important? Because if the engine doesn't matter, like, I can't believe that... Is there just not documentation on this? I mean, Christ, where are the Kerbal Space Program speedrunners on this? Sitting here letting me walk around trying to figure out, like, what is with the infinite fuel glitch? What are the parts that are required? Why does it work? How does it work? We go back over here and go to the speedrunners forum. Infinite. No? Can we search these forums? I've never tried to search the forums on speedrun.com. Has no one, like, thoroughly documented it? You guess I need robotics? The thing is, for robotics, that gives me the variable thrust glitch, which is a separate glitch, I believe, than just infinite fuel. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's infinite fuel because you're never actually... You know, because you're controlling everything from the slider on the robotics panel. But I don't see... Yeah, it's just not documented. But I know that the robotics is what they're doing with that control panel. That's for, you know, excess thrust. But infinite fuel, I assumed, was a separate glitch here. So let me just build this to the closest that I can build this to his original design. Put a fucking mainsail on here, and then we got a variant. Put that variant on. Alright? So, back to the world record holders. Ah, fuck, we're off of it. I mean, this should be enough. You know, if it's the order of engine above fuel tank, followed by engine, and it confuses the game in some way. We need landing legs and stuff. Looks like two similar glitches that are both achieved with the controllers. You think so? I can't believe that nobody's, you know, just fucking covered it. Of all the speedrunners and stuff. Moon net's like an extra 400. You guys are concerned about the science. I'm not worried. What are you... Why can't I click on this? There you go. Save it. So you got me a YouTube video. We can break the thrust and fuel. Okay. Controllers can set throttle, yes. And then we can glitch that in order to increase the throttle beyond what it's allowed to be. Yep. Got it. Infinite fuel part of it, though. So output insane values of throttle. Yes. Yes. Got it. Sorry, what happened here? Okay, yeah, it's fun. Then we get to, like, how it works. Are we not using fuel? We're using fuel right now. Good. So he's covering them as separate glitches. So, infinite fuel. We need more fuel. So... Okay. So, a second controller that is set to there gives you a negative throttle, so as you're burning with one, it informs the fuel how much it should consume, while the other informs the engine how hard it should burn. Okay, now that controller, what did he link it to? Created a controller and he linked it to the Mastodon. So they're both attached to the same engine. They're both things on the same engine. And then he's just setting a negative throttle on one, and then using the other one with the positive throttle to use it to do the thing, and then leaving the play position on the one negative. Okay, well that's something, now I understand it. It's something that I can play with. However, we do not have the DLC installed in this install. And actually the DLC that I own is through Steam, which means I probably won't be able to download the DLC directly from KerbalSpaceProgram.com. But that's all issues that I can figure out, you know. I own it. If I have to fucking steal it in order to own it, then we can do that. Hey, bet I can make a streamer cry in less than 2 minutes, is my dude. Okay. Surely it can't be long before this is patched, though. Sorry, what Kerbal Space Program developers are you talking about? Let's see. Squad? Yeah, they always patch their bugs, right? You want to see one? Yeah. How long do you think it'll take me to generate a bug from right here, right now? Should we go find one? Just by playing the game. I think that means that we're basically done. Then, you know? We're done on this live stream and on this run. Like, we've seen how much science that I can get. Pawn, just copy the game data folder from the Steam install and paste it into this folder. Oh! Oh, for DLC. Yeah, that's probably how it'll work. They fixed many bugs after Danny showcased them, says Lava Lamp. Really? Well, let's see if we can't get Danny to showcase these that I've been chronicling. We could just get Danny2462 to say it, and maybe we can get him to patch up those 22 pages worth of bugs and running. And that is from the 1.10. But yeah, I think that brings us to the end of this live stream then, and I'll copy over the DLC into this category and, figure it out, and I'll figure out how to do the infinite fuel, multiplied thrust. I can't remember what the thrust name the speedrunners have given it, excessive thrust, but the infinite fuel glitch, with the DLC, and we'll set up, and now we've got like a roadmap. And so the next live stream that we do on Kerbal Space Program, which will be the next live stream, because what the hell else am I going to do? I just got a 1705 in Cluster Truck any percent. Am I going to beat that anytime soon? Probably not. So the next live stream, we'll do our first slow run, our first walkthrough one. Can we get it done without fucking it up to the place where I can't pull it back, kind of a thing. They fixed many bugs after Danny showcased. Pawn, just copy the folder. You collect bugs for evil nefarious purposes, I see. Like if the NSA did speedruns. I collect bugs because at some point in future, I have long been thinking about producing a video that is like everything wrong with Kerbal Space Program in 17 hours, because it'll take a while to get through them. But, like 100 things that don't work in KSP, and hopefully, KSP2 resolves. Because I'm almost at 100, and actually a lot of the things that I've got in there have subcategories and subticks that really could be their own ticks. So we're well over 100 bugs there, but I thought that would be an interesting video to post about everybody's favorite simulator, where you land on, a high-gravity planet and your ship just, crawls across from the Kraken forces, or you land on a low-gravity planet and your ship just crawls across from the Kraken forces, or you walk a Kerbal across a low-gravity planet and it gets stuck into, an 8-second walking animation cycle before you get control of it again. Or, I could go on. And have, in a 94 headered 22-page long list of bugs that I've observed. But that does bring us to the end of this live stream then. We've got ourselves a roadmap that I can rewrite from what I took down in notes today, in terms of launch windows and the order of hitting the planets. Know what I need to do now in terms of getting the DLC into place to make the infinite fuel glitch work. We'll have to experiment. Hopefully I'll do this off stream and not drag you guys through with me, but maybe I won't. Maybe you'll just drag along. In finding out whether or not the DLC in 1.10 also does the fuel glitch, or if they've, patched it in some way. And if so, then I'll just get the copy of 1.9 and we'll run on that, because all the versions of KSP since 1.0 are valid for speedrunning. Lava Lamp 3773, thank you so much for the subscription, and thank you for hanging out and helping and throwing stats and stuff. And Rom, everybody who's been here throwing information at me, trying to help me, sort this thing out. Yeah, we've got a roadmap now. A roadmap for success in 100% science mode KSP speedrun category on the next live stream. For I am the Ronin Born. I did the jaw thing a little bit early, I got confused. It's been a long live stream. Plus, it started with a 2-hour-long political rant. So if you just came in for the KSP stuff, and you're interested in, I don't know, COVID and Comcast, AT&T, and Plaid, and, the Trump administration, and the spinelessness of the Democratic Party, and the lack of a left in America, and, Jesus, there was a lot about that. Oh, and how to make the best Molotov cocktails. Did we get to that point? I think I might have forgotten. Anyway, we'll have to do it at the next live stream. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. I will see you then for 100% speedrun. Until then, pull on out.